Cool. 3 people instantly. Minnie Marnold, 346. Hello. Mark Gibson. Hello. I have 7 of these still in the box. I think I have like 9 or 10, maybe 11 Ender 2s. I'll never give them up. Stanley V. Rich and Ian Jones. Yeah, they actually back when these were still for sale, when they were first for sale. So these are not only old school, these are old school Ender 2s. This is not the second version with the higher power output. This is the original version. Hello, Jerry and Gary. So you guys know the story. I bought an Ender 2. It was amazing. I bought another Ender 2. It was amazing. And when I went back to buy a third Ender 2, they were gone. So I contacted the seller. I said, "Hey, what gives? I need more of these machines." And he says, "Well, they weren't selling well. Too many returns, so we're not going to sell them anymore." Thank you, Dane. Yeah, we're just about a year. So August 15th, I left Pennsylvania. I arrived here August 21st. And then I didn't actually move into the house till like a week and a half later. Except this one. This one's good. The Island of. So they I realized, well, he's got a lot of returns. I was like, what do you do with the returns? Can I buy them? And the negotiation started. And a short time later, I ended up paying $70 a piece for 9 Ender 2s. I ended up getting 7. One was some other printer, and one just was missing somewhere. Mr. Sporto from New Jersey. But so I built one, and then the rest of them I just had stored away. So I have a stack of these out in the container. Hello, Timothy from Roswell, and thank you, Jan. So, do any of those days fall on a Wednesday? No. So 2 Saturdays from now is when I left Pennsylvania. And then the following Friday, or the 21st, I won't sell my Ender 2s. They're too good and too useful. I arrived here in New Mexico. It ended up taking us 6 days to get here. I can drive 10, 12 hours at a shot, but my mechanic can't. No, I'm unusual in that regard. Most people can't drive 12 hours straight through. We ended up getting about 6 to 8 hours per day. That's okay. I don't mind rediscussing. Dane Carroll asks, what is the difference between an Ender 3 and an Ender 2? Nothing. The difference is size. The Ender 2 is smaller. The Ender 2 has a 180 by 160 by 225 build volume, while the Ender 3 has 235 by 235, or is it 220 by 220 by 250? The other difference is the Ender 2 is a pure cantilever printer. So you have a single vertical arm with a single X arm sticking out like that, while the Ender 3 is two vertical arms with an X arm across. Pretty good, Timothy. No, you cannot buy Ender 2s. Not that I'm aware of. I think every now and then they appear on Amazon and eBay, but overpriced. I would not pay more than $200 for one. Hey, KKP3D. Big shout out to KKP3D. He sent me a package. And that package has freaking stickers. So we got a KKP3D stickers, and he made me my stickers bigger. Already slapped one of those bad boys on my phone. Thank you so much, man. That is awesome. Yes, in my stockpile. That's where I found them. I literally have a table out in the container with my Flash Forge Guide or two on it, and underneath that table is a stack of these. I have like 6 or 7 of them new in the box. No, the new Prusa looks like the Ender 2. Hey, Pygar. Why does that link not work? What link? Which link isn't working? I didn't make a link for selling the Ender 2 because I don't know if you can still buy one. Oh, you mean why doesn't it show up on the screen? Because that's YouTube. It's just the way YouTube is. Um, they don't allow some links, and there's 2 different ways they don't allow links. One way is they will post a link but not make it public, and then on my screen it'll show up approve or hide, and then I can, or moderator can either approve the message or hide the message. That didn't happen, which means it's the other way. The other way is YouTube just hides it, period. I don't even get a choice. And that's obviously what they did with your link. No, I did not get the new Prusa. A little too expensive for me. Seeing as how I can buy, well, back in the day, I could buy 3 of these for the price of a Prusa. Yeah. Yeah, that's a troll genius. That's a thing with YouTube. They don't give control over that. If YouTube decides to hide a link, no one ever sees it but you. Like, even me as a moderator doesn't see it. I think the only person who can post unrestricted links is me. I assume any link I post will show up. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'll have to, one of these days, I'll have to log into the stream myself with my other account. Can I do that? It's a different channel, but it's not a different account. I might have to create another YouTube account just so I can see my own stream as a third party. I don't know. That depends on if we have any rocket launches anytime soon. The problem with around here is that even though we have wide open spaces, it's all fenced. There's fence everywhere, so you need a wide open space. That yes, mods can post links, but I don't know to what extent YouTube censors those links. It is good. It really is a pretty good printer. What's that? Well, yeah, you do have to worry about fire hazards. Although if you go out in the desert, then there's nothing to burn. But around here, there would be something to burn. You have an Ender 2, and you replace the bed, and your nozzle is hitting the bed. Well, your printer has no idea where this is from, almost Miller. Your printer has no idea where the bed is. Okay, so if you put the bed in its way, it's going to hit it. The Q5 is very good, Dane. There pretty much is no such thing as a kid-friendly 3D printer. The closest you can get to kid-friendly is fully enclosed and locked. Um, the printer has no idea where the bed is. We'll go over that as we build this. What it knows is where the end stop switch is. So if you put the bed in its way, it's going to hit it. So what you need to either do is lower the bed or raise the end stop switch so that it stops hitting the bed. So that's what you have to adjust. You have to either lower the bed so that it's at the right position, or you have, if you can't lower the bed for some reason, like if you added a glass bed or something like that, it's thicker, then you have to raise the end stop switch to compensate. Do you, if exist, quiet nozzle fan for CR10S Pro? No. There, as far as I'm aware, there are no blower quiet fans, and there are no 24-volt quiet fans that I'm aware of, at least in the small scale. There's larger ones. Hey, TK. There's larger quiet fans at 24 volts, but none of the small 40, 30, 50 millimeter fans that we use. The best way to get a quiet fan for your parts cooling is to buy a high quality fan. You know, buy something from TH3D or from a name brand fan, and then lower the speed of the fan. You can get sometimes I lose train of thought when I'm thinking something and then I read a comment. Hey Timothy. The Hey German nerd. Quiet fan. Lost my train of thought again. You'd probably have to modify the firmware. Hi, Nosy. I have this long box sitting here. It's from the air conditioners, which I have to take back because they both died. Um, just waiting for them to dry out because they're filled with water. And he likes going inside this box. That's like his little cat home. Oh wow, that is unusual. Bent extrusion is that takes a lot of energy. Easy fix, but still, I can see that being annoying. Um, the problem with using a quiet fan in the place of a normal fan is that if you have a 24-volt system and you use a 12-volt fan, you have to use a buck converter to reduce the voltage down to 12 volts. The problem is when you do that, you lose the ability to send PWM commands to the fan, which means you can't PWM speed control the fan anymore. If you want to run it 100%, that's fine. Yes, we'll probably do another video or a stream where we update this. I have a hot end shroud that I made for the Ender 3 so you could put a cooling fan on it and stuff like that. Yes, I could see that being very hard to diagnose Bachydragus. A bent extrusion is wow. the the best way to get a quiet parts cooling fan is to use a proper voltage, proper sized fan, and then simply slow it down. But use a high quality fan. Use a high quality sealed ball bearing fan, you know, not the cheap $3 fans. And that's your best probability for making that quieter. Like on my CR10S Pro, just lowering the cooling speed to 80% is enough to make it quite quiet, and I still get sufficient cooling. Do you know the aluminum extrusion that the printers are built with? Well, that was bent. That's a very hard to bend part, so it came like that. I believe they do make a Wham Bam for the Lot Max. I'll have to double check, but I think they do make a plate for that. That was from Hansarox asking about the Wham Bam plate. Glossy finish on both sides of the print. There is a way to do that. I have done it, but it only works for specific kinds of prints. It only works for a print where you can cut the model in half. So for example, when I printed the I don't have one to show, but if I were to print something that in the shape of a coin, okay, I would slice the coin in half and print the two halves, because now both halves would be glossy side down, and then I would glue them together. I did that with the Vault Boy coin, the yes or no decision maker coin from Vault Boy, and not only did I do glossy both sides using that that coffee glitter filament from Protopasta, which was amazing. But I also changed color so that one side, the inset was blue and one side was yellow, the Vault Boy colors. And then I glued the two halves together, and that gave me that super glossy finish on both sides. Keep in mind, you got to keep a lot of extra PEI or glass. Well, glass is probably better. I would like to get an extension kit, Almor Miller, but I haven't gotten one yet. Eventually, I'd like to play with that. Yeah, I can't see fixing a bent extrusion, Troll Genius. That's a pain in the butt. So I would suggest glass instead of PEI. The reason I would suggest glass is that it's not going to scratch. With PEI, if you just accidentally have that nozzle slightly too close, you're now going to have a mark on the PEI, and that mark will be imprinted on every future print that prints on top of that area where the mark is. And there's really nothing you can do about that. If you use glass, however, no marks. You basically have to crack it. Yeah, the only way you're getting a smooth top is to print on PEX, PEI, or glass. Probably not Baccadragus because I don't have anything from Big Tree Tech. Yeah, there is no other way to print two-sided glossy. The glossiness comes from printing on a perfect surface, a surface that is glossy. If you print on a textured surface, you'll have a textured finish. If you print on a glossy surface, you'll have a glossy finish. So if you print on something glossy like glass, your print will have a glossy finish, but only the actual layer touching the glass will have that glossy finish. So if you want it both sides, you have to print both sides on the glass. There's no other way that I'm aware of to get a glossy finish. Even if you put in the work to sand and polish it to try to get a glossy finish, which might actually be possible, you're not going to have a glossy finish because you're not going to have a flat surface. No matter how good you are at sanding, you're going to have an uneven surface, and that's going to destroy the glossy effect. So even sanding might not work. Now, if you want to make the entire part glossy, there is a way to do that. It's going to require filling, sanding, lots and lots and lots of sanding, wet sanding, and then no, heat gun won't work. It'll distort the plastic, and it won't be glossy. It'll be smooth, but it won't be glossy. Glossiness doesn't come from a smooth surface. Glossiness comes from a perfect smooth surface. You need that perfection to get that glossy. Otherwise, you just have shiny. But yes, 3DR CNC said it just right. After you're done the filling and the sanding 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 and the sanding, you need a clear coat. So if you sand down that perfect finish and then put on a clear coat, then you'll have a glossy model. Maybe. Depends on the plastic, depends on the fillers, depends on your desired end result. You can Vapor Smooth will give you shiny, but not necessarily glossy. There's a difference between shiny and glossy. So, you know, this is shiny. This is glossy. See the difference? The difference is I get reflections. Perfect reflections. This also reflects, but the reflections are so distorted it just looks like light. Yes, if you do a proper amount of sanding, the trick is to have a perfect surface. That's one of the reasons printing on glass is so glossy, is because it's a perfect surface. Yeah, he's inside the box. So he is inside that box right there. See it moving? He's inside that box. Here he comes. Oh, no, he's still in there. Hi, baby. Are you having fun? You good boy. Yes, you are. You're a good boy. He's back in the box. He's like, I wasn't done in here. Oh, they have a new version of Cura, huh? I might have to try that. Exactly. You don't want that. What you're basically going to need to do is to take your model and you're going to have to wet sand it, and you're going to have to and you have to be careful because if you generate too much heat sanding, you're going to melt, and you don't want to do that. So you're going to have to wet sand and be very, very gentle and just sand, 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 sand. Of course, the more perfectly you print the model, the less sanding you have to do. Then once you have it sanded properly, then you can apply a clear coat. And you might even have to sand the clear coat a couple of times. And once you have that clear coat applied with that perfect surface below the clear coat, that's when you get your glossy. Yeah, I think it's using the mic of this camera here. And so that was pretty close to the box. Yeah, those 3 doodler boxes came in handy. That's a nice sturdy box. I use it to hold all my tools instead of having them just scattered on the table here. So let's get this over here so I can move this as much off the edge of the screen as possible. Here we go. So, KKP3D made me these stickers. If you guys want one of these stickers, send me a sassy and I'll send you a sticker. If you have a sticker, include a sticker when you send it. So this is from, how long ago was this? Is there a date anywhere on here? March 12th, 2018. So this is from 2018. Nah, it's a pink shirt. Pink shirt to go with my pink pants. Or pink shorts. Isn't that amazing? You're talking about the Creality Okay, you say Creality standard Creality bed. The problem is actually it's a pretty bright berry color. It's the color rendition of the camera changing it. That might be a little better. I can change the color rendition a little bit for you. Yeah, still looks a little salmony, but it's actually pink. Trying to change the color. There we go. That's a better color temperature right there. Audio looks good on my end, so hit refresh. Thank you, Joe. That's annoying. My nails keep splitting in the middle, and it's very annoying. And I don't know why they're doing that. I have to chip it away, otherwise it catches on everything. This one's well packed. Almost the same price as an Ender 3 is an okay price. Yeah, 200 is an okay price. I would not pay more than 200, but 200 or less is an okay price for an Ender 2. There's a limit to how cheap you can make the printer. I mean, you just get to a point of diminishing returns where you can't sell it for cheaper and still make a profit. Somebody did post a link to these. These are my preferred snippers because they open significantly wider than the other kinds that are normally out there. Creality has these. I don't know where to get them though, but somebody might find them and post a link. That adorable little bed. We might have to use tape to begin this print because I want to save this to put on a Wham Bam sheet, and I don't know where my Ender Wham Bam is. I have some Ender 2 Wham Bam sheets. Just gotta find them and stuff. Get rid of the silly strips. With off-the-shelf parts, that'd be pretty impressive. And there is the base. And there's the acupuncture needle. And there's the box. Okay. Base unit, vertical tower, X arm, our bed, goodie bag, spool holder that says Ender. Audio shows good on my end. So I would refresh the stream. I mean, it seems to indicate everything's okay on my end. I can turn it up a little bit. I just don't want to redline it. Yeah, what happens is those strips sometimes stick out far enough that your movement touches it. So any place where there's a crossover of two pieces of beam, I get rid of those strips. Three what, Troll Genius? How many Ender 2s do I have? 11 or 12 of them. Most of them still in the box. Awesome. I have 11 or 12 of these. This is one of 7 new in the box. I have a lot of Ender 2s. I have 3 Ender 5s. The original sharp, slice you to death scrapers. Look at the edge on that. I paid $70 a piece for them. Permanent patriotic. I made a deal to buy user returns from a seller on Amazon back in 2017, 2018. So I bought all their returns. This was back when the printer was still selling new. Very long time ago. That's your Y carriage for the Ender 2. That's your Y carriage bed. Hey, a Z-axis, a stretchy Z-axis that isn't bad. Hello, Andrew. It might be. The numbers actually have nothing to do with the order they were released. Well, originally I was going to make a print farm using Ender 2s because they take so little space and they make such high quality prints. Glue stick. All right, guys, place your bets. Place your bets. 50-50 shot, this thing works. All right, so do I have a working one? And then there's a 50-50 shot after that it dies within a day. It made a noise, and it works. And of course, we got to print the cat. Yeah, it's an Ender 2. You have to print the cat. It worked. Now we'll see if it lasts more than a day. Maybe we'll even use the green filament. That's actually a nice bag. Put that away there. Let's see what's in the goodie bag. Let me get this down a little bit so you guys can see better. If it's a Decapicat, I don't think the Ender 2s came with Decapicats. That was something to do with the CR10 release where they making the memory cards. No, this is just so that you can use the memory card on your computer. Oh, and this is back when they used SanDisk memory cards. Instead of the NETAC cards. So this was the USB reader. Today you get one like this, which is far superior, by the way. Today you get these with the printer. But back in the day, we got these with the printer, and these had a high failure rate. Yeah, these had a very high failure rate, Jan. I mean, half of them out of the box didn't work. And even if it did work, half of the ones that did work died within a week. So these were very prone to failure. These, I've never had a failure yet. These work very well. I keep every one of these because they're fantastic. These, I usually just throw them away. Ah, yeah. An original vintage pair. Nice, good springy action. Opens nice and wide. Yeah. Poking people is fun. You know, you just go up to them and poke. Oh, really? I haven't had a failed SD card yet, but yeah, that happens. Oh, no, the Enders were very reliable. Especially when you poke them with sharp things. Let me get a little better light here. There we go. It's a little bit better. Although that creates a shadow. We bring down the brightness. Why would you do that? I don't want that. I don't want you to change the damn... I want to change the... There we go. I just want to add a little bit of light. Toolkit. I always keep the Ziploc bags. They come in handy. Isn't that nice? Isn't the Fat Max nice? Do I have my Fat Max here? Yeah. Yeah. Fat Max kicks ass. I love the fact that you can fold it so you don't hurt yourself, because these things will hurt you. But yeah, these things are great. PlayStation 5? Nah, I'll probably never have a PlayStation 5. Man, I got an extra long shower last night and it felt so good. Oh, man. Well, for the application of 3D printing, you should never apply force using a chisel. If you have to apply force, you're doing it wrong. So, I have a whole video on this process, but basically, you put the chisel on your print bed, you hold it with 2 fingers like this, and you just tap, tap. That's all you need to do. All you're doing is trying to make a gap between the bed and the printer. Once you have a gap, you then get your cake knife out. I have the Reptor ones listed, and you slide that underneath there to break your part free. Exactly. You let the weight of the chisel do the work. If you have to push hard, you're going to hurt yourself. Not if, when. All right? And this will fuck you up. This thing is so stupidly sharp. I mean, it just... That's a chisel, man. I found the breaker, but I haven't got it installed yet. But you let the weight of the tool do the job. So that is going to be one of the belts. Oh, hey, I got 2. Oh, no, it's supposed to have 2. That's right. That one's actually getting dull. I'm going to have to sharpen it soon, but I'm just so afraid of not sharpening that edge correctly. Some zip ties for wire management, reinforcement for the base. The bed, we're going to replace those springs with the better springs. Do I have any in here? Do I have enough in here is the question. There's one. I think I only had 4 here. And I don't know where the rest is. I'll have to find some more later. We'll put one in for now, but you're going to want to replace the springs with the yellow springs. The handle is both metal and plastic. It's a fiberglass reinforced resin, I think. It's not a normal plastic, but this is plastic. The yellow part is plastic. This is overmolding in like a hard plastic. That's metal, of course, your butt end. But this is plastic. No rubber. I thought there was a rubber overmolded, but it's not. It's all plastic. But it's like I think it's a nylon. It feels and looks like a nylon. But for 3D printing, this thing's amazing. Okay, where's my instructions? Wonderful instruction manual. So the first step is to install the Y-axis, the bed. Hello, 3D Print creator from Netherlands. And TK asked about the handle on the chisel. And this is a 20 amp 12 volt power supply. I think I actually need that. There should be two. Where's the second one? Oh, they're both in here. Okay. Nice. Good for you, dude. Now, are these both the same? I don't remember. Yes, they are the same. Yeah, that's right. This one doesn't have an off switch, does it? I don't remember. And this one also has the old 110 220 switch on the side. See, like this one here, for some reason it hid 3DR CNC's message, and I can click show. No idea why. But that's just YouTube doing its thing. Let's check out that file. You pull the plastic out. That's what you do. You get rid of the plastic. Alright, it gave me two results. A mini combination safe or a Leonardo da Vinci catapult. Stratasys U-Print Plus. I want to see what that looks like. So does it look like this? That's pretty slick. Wow, so expensive to ship. Yeah, put like a regular Creality board in it or something like that, or an SKR Mini or something like that. This is back in the day where they didn't have an IEC with the printers. You actually had to connect it to the power supply. Hey, Ronald DHS. Try to rebuild it using modern electronics. Might be a fun project. This was back when the hot ends on their printers didn't suck. Oh, UPS. He dropped off a goodie. Thank you. UPS. So what do I got today? That was the A-Team. This is... I'm not sure. It says Lights Out 6-pack. No, that was my doorbell. I have an MP3 doorbell. You actually load an MP3 onto an SD card, and you can play it as your doorbell. I did a video of that earlier. Oh, these are the little solar lights. I'm going to put these all along the other side of my shipping containers, so that I have light on that side of the house, on that side of the property. Yeah, it's from Honeywell. It's a pretty cool, nifty little thing. This is supposed to be orange. If this is all black, I'm going to be a little pissed. Because the whole reason I picked it was because it was orange. Oh, it's in a bag. Oh, that's cool. And it is orange. It's got orange trim. So that's a grill cover for my grill. That's a big Ziploc bag. We'll keep that too. What is this one? Ooh, he's got a bunch of stuff. I got all this stuff for nothing, but I can't tell you how I got it. It's part of the rules. So I didn't pay anything for any of this. Well, I'll have to pay taxes on it. Check this out. This is an impact socket that is 22, 19, 21, and 17. So this is your 4 standard sizes for cars. And there's a sleeve inside of here that pushes in. So using the sleeve, you get 17. And then when the sleeve pushes in, you have 21. And the same thing here. Well, I'll pay for it in taxes. I'll have to pay like 12% as income tax. So this one here, that's 19, and then you push in, and now it's a 22. And it even has an adapter, so I can mount it to my impact gun that I keep in the car. Pretty darn cool. I thought these were pretty neat looking. I'm hoping they've improved them. These are those solder shrink tube things. So you stick the two wires in there and you hit it with a heat gun. The solder melts, fusing the wires together, and then the heat tube shrinks, sealing the wires together. Get rid of that, Colin. I'm not allowed to mention that. So please get rid of that. Last thing I want to do is make them mad at me. Thank you. This is supposed to be a diving flashlight, like a really bright LED flashlight, so we'll see how good it is. I am brutal with my reviews. If it's not good, you'll know it. So this is solar lights. Ah, this is the interior light. This is nice. That's all right. You didn't know, so. So this is how I'm going to light up my shed. So is it all internal, or is this one? Oh, this one it is internal. Okay. Yeah, I'm a gadget addict. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Wonder why it does the flashy thing. Oh, it's even got a timer. Oh, I can change color. Oh, I can change color temperature. Warm white, cold white. How cool is that? I wonder what auto means. And then you have a solar panel that you put outside to charge it. So now I have lights for my shed without having to run wires. I just mount this solar panel on the outside. That does look like it's is that epoxy or glass? I hope that's glass and not epoxy. Because if that's epoxy, that's a problem. Because epoxy will yellow over time. But yeah, this is going to be fun. I can't help it. If I get gadgets, I have to open them right away. Like, I go to the post office and pick stuff up, and I tear all the packages open right there in the car. I can't wait. I just have to tear them open immediately. I'm hoping these end up being good. I'm hoping a Dust Dawn would be nice. Check that out. Little wireless earbuds. With a little charging case. And it's USB-C. Nice. So that one goes there. And that one goes there. Huh. Very cool. I will play with them later. I actually needed these for something else I'm working on. I got a work light that's stupid bright. And when I say stupid bright, I mean, if you look at this thing, it's going to burn your eyeballs. It's crazy. So sometimes they have connectivity issues, where depending on where you put your phone, you'll lose connection momentarily to one, which is annoying. And then the other problem I sometimes have is the sound just sucks. The best are still the $20 TRS ones that you can get on Amazon. They have the best quality. They look like Uhura's earpiece out of Star Trek, but the sound quality is out of this world. They shoot so far above their belt. It's like it's a $20 pair of headphones that acts like a $200 pair of headphones. Let me see if I have it. I'll show you. I don't know where it's at. Yeah, I don't see it. And I don't want to go hunting for it, so sometime later. Ow! My chair just bit me again. um, the ouch. I don't know. You need a pretty big drone to do that. Oh yeah, as long as they get 4 or 5 hours battery life, that's good. Yeah, this chair has a metal base, and so you have this metal cup like this, and this is where the wheel is, and that metal cup has a sharp edge. So if you hit your ankle, it's an ankle biter, and it really hurts. I mean, it really hurts. Hi, kitty. How you doing, baby? You like all my viewers, huh? Yeah. You're such a good boy. Mm-hmm. There's Ender, baby. He's gonna chill with us for a while. Yeah. He's a good boy. Oh, wow. That's a first. No adjustment necessary. It's perfect. Um, it's partially a sharpness issue and partially a mass issue. The sharpness, I could probably fix it with a file. Just file down that edge so it's no longer so damn sharp. But you might be able to 3D print something for that. Put a little cap on there. Problem is if that cap falls off, then you're back to getting hurt. Ooh, I forgot to put that in the box. He's a good boy. He's caught 8 mice so far. He's really kicking butt with the mice. Yeah, something flexible. So we're going to be doing this one. Why does that look backwards? It's not. It goes this way. Okay. Yeah, he's doing a good job. He's a good boy. That's for the X arm. This is for this arm. Hey, Jaxer. I think you'll enjoy the Q5. I'm very pleased with mine. I think they did a good job on that. It's the first delta that I might suggest to a beginner. Awesome! Send me a picture, dude. I have no idea what it looks like in real life. I bet. I have an original the the MakerBot that's made of wood and has the conveyor belt. I have one of those. The cupcake, I think it was called, or something like that. So hopefully I'll eventually get that running. I would really like to get that running. All right, end stop switch. Yes, that's what I thought. Nope. Not back on Twitter. That sucks. No, I actually gained a little bit of weight thanks to this pandemic, but I am feeling better. Definitely doing better here, that's for sure. Okay. That looks like it's lined up okay. Let's link it up. I'm going to kill you if I catch you. Thank you. I do feel better. The proton. Do you mean the photon, or do you mean that? Really? You're going to land on me? You want to die? God damn. Seriously? This fly is pissing me off. Won't leave me alone. Come on, get in there. I hit him. The mono screens are amazing. If you have a choice to get a mono screen, absolutely get a mono screen. They have a new, larger photon. See you later, 3D RCNC. Oh man, I'll check that out. See if I can con one of them into sending me one. There we go. That is all set. Okay, next up is the vertical. The vertical sits right on top of that. What's this? They're virtually identical. No, this is going to be bone stock. The photon mono is going to most likely have, I assume, a mono screen, black and white screen. That would be a difference. What I mean is the Mars and the photon, there's not much difference. And it'll last longer. Does that feel straight? Yes, that feels straight. Tubes. Oh, that was when I was printing the collapsible sword. You know, the little pirate sword where you could flick it out? I made one in resin. Did it rotate? I think it rotated. Okay. The vertical is installed. Let me give you up a little higher so you can see this. Okay. Z limit switch. As of right now, all resins are toxic. Well, the trick is to wear gloves. That's all. Ventilated room and gloves. Just, okay. When we say toxic, we don't mean toxic like Ninja Turtle toxic goo. We mean something you don't want to regularly get all over yourself. Okay? That kind of toxic. Don't eat it. Don't get it all over your fingers too often. It's not like it's going to kill you or poison you. Yeah, I tried twice to get into that pre-order. It didn't work. I think it was because I was trying to use PayPal. And I think when you click on PayPal, you leave the site and you come back to the site. And I think when PayPal sent me back to the site, it reset my position in the queue. They can't do it for $99. You can't make this for $99. You can't. Not and have any kind of reasonable profit. I'm hoping they can get it to 150. 140 would be a really nice price for this. But even that is sketchy. I don't know if that's possible. But I would love to see them bring the Ender 2 back. But I haven't asked them yet because I want to wait to see, can I make some substantial improvements to the design. Yeah, I suspect the PayPal thing is what caused me to lose it. Because I was there at the beginning and it said I got a place in line. It said I was good to go. And then when I clicked on PayPal, when PayPal came back, it booted me out. And I think it's because PayPal left the site and came back to the site. I think that's what did it. If I would have realized it was going to do that, I would have just used their system. This is 12 volts. That's one of the things I'd like to change. I'd like to update it to 24 volt. You were able to use PayPal and have it still work? Huh. It didn't like me. Alright, now we build the X arm. They still used a plastic feeder unit back then, but it's beefier. You can see the plastic is just beefier. Yeah, 100 shipping, 500 total. 20 amp, 12 volt. Now, this is the only tricky part about building an Ender 2, is attaching this arm. Oh no, this one is not tricky, because this one uses hammer nuts. Because it uses hammer nuts, it's not hard, but here's the tricky part. It uses these stupid ass crown nuts that strip so easily. It's ridiculous how easily they strip. Here we go. These can be sometimes difficult to get the hammer nuts to turn. and you really need them to turn. And they strip so easily. Nope, see, that didn't grab. You gotta keep trying till you get that hammer nut to grab. Got it. The way you test it is, here's your 2 hammer nuts. Just pull on it. If it pulls away, you know the hammer nut didn't turn. Now, once you snug them down, you have to stop. You have to come in from the side using this end here. If you use this end, you're going to strip it every single time. Okay? So you have to come in here through the side using the proper square end. And you have to snug those buggers down. And they strip so easily. That already stripped. Yep, already stripped. It's ridiculous. There's so much play in those screws. I'm going to have to replace them one day with better quality. You just got to wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Try to tighten it without stripping it. Yeah, that one already stripped. Because of the mismatch between the size of the wrench and the size of the screw. Yeah, that's how you can sometimes go angle and get a little more tightening out of it. Yep, got it. But yeah, they strip so freaking easy, it's ridiculous. That looks nice and level. Again, perfectly adjusted. No adjustment necessary. That's rare. And that one too. Holy crap. All 3 of these required no adjustment. Not so much cheap metal as quality control. So the tolerances for those bolts and the tolerances for these wrenches are just horrible. Nothing you can do about it. Well, except replace them. That would fix it. I think this one threads right into the plastic, doesn't it? If I remember correctly, it threads into the plastic. Yeah, I think it threads right into the plastic. I know. All 3 axes require no adjustment. That's incredible. Now this one you have to be careful not to over tighten, because you were actually virgin threading the coupler directly into plastic. So if you over tighten even a little bit, you're going to strip the plastic out. So you just have to look at it and you have to visibly just stop when it touches the plastic. Yeah, these require no adjustment. There's no wiggle and it's not too tight. Same with this one. Same with this one. That's incredible. I would not have expected that. Well, this does not line up. This is one of the problems you had in the early days. See how I dropped the rod down there and it does not line up with the coupler? So you could force that into position, but the correct thing to do is to space out the Z motor so it doesn't do that. A camera and a remote control. Yes, I use Wise cameras. I've done the Octoprint. Not thrilled by it. Oh yes, I'll definitely change this out for the aluminum version, but that'll be a separate video. So we have to shim that. Now there is a super easy way to shim it. You can kind of cheat a little bit. You can use the wrench. This sometimes works. Not always. And the other problem is, if there's not enough play on the screws, you might not be able to shim it out far enough. That did it. Now let's see if I can still tighten the hammer nuts. I wasn't thrilled by Octoprint. The interface sucks. And they're expensive. But remember, I have 140 printers. I would prefer to mess with the SD cards. Okay, that one did not lock. I can see it. Got it. It locked. Yeah, it's functional. That's it, though. It's just a nasty interface. So imagine having to buy 50. Let's say I want to do 20 printers. $50 times 20. Yeah, I'm not doing that. That'd be $2,000 for Octoprint. It would still be $500 even if I could run 4 printers on one Octoprint. So now, as you can see, you take the wrench. Most printers that have this problem, that'll work. You take that little wrench. You cannot put this on this side, because otherwise it'll hit this. It'll hit this here. But you put the wrench, use it as a spacer, and now the lead screw drops right into the hole. That's it. Easy fix. I don't think I need that small. I think I need this small. Seriously? It just flung the goddamn wrench? Oh, there it is. For me, it's just not worth it. There we go. Good fit. Remember, lift it up a tiny bit. You don't want them touching. Yeah, not only did KKP 3D send me stickers, but he sent me a whole bunch of stickers for me. How freaking cool is that? So if you guys want one, send me a sassy. And if you have your own sticker, include one. So that's how you fix the gap on the printer. You just take that little wrench, you stick it in there, and there's your gap. You can 3D print something, or you can just stick the wrench in there. That's your nozzle wrench, by the way. So if you do need to change the nozzle, then you'll need another wrench. Well, it depends. Sassy, S-A-S-E, self-addressed stamped envelope. So you include an envelope inside the envelope with a stamp on it and already filled out with your address on it, and I will send you a sticker. It's not so much that he doesn't know how to use it, although that could be it. Raspberry Pis are impressive for what they are. Now, as far as whether it's impressive to you, will depend on what your needs and demands are and whether or not it can fill those needs. So I consider Octoprint to be an amazing piece of software. I consider Raspberry Pis to be amazing pieces of hardware. It's amazing what you can do with one for how little they cost. But for my particular usage criteria, it doesn't work for me. I just don't have a problem walking up to a printer and sticking an SD card in it. I mean, I like SneakerNet. It's fast, it's reliable. Octoprint creates 2 points of failure instead of 1 point of failure. Now, if the printer fails, the print fails, or if the Octoprint fails, the print fails. So it's cool, it's neat, it's interesting. I get why people like it, and I get why people use it. No problem with that. For my particular usage, it doesn't work. That doesn't mean it won't work for you. That doesn't mean it's not fantastic for you. It's just not fantastic for me. Okay. That's it. Our Z-axis is properly aligned. Looks like I'm actually shimmied to the right a little bit, but I can probably fix that from here. A little bit better. This is a quad-core supercomputer with 4 gigabytes of RAM, 64 gigabytes of internal memory, a half a terabyte of additional storage, 4 cameras, multiple sensors, radios, communications devices, fingerprint scanners, a flashlight built into it. You just give it a little shake and you got a flashlight. That's an app I installed. It has a gigantic LCD screen. It's capable of doing so much. It's got temperature sensors, accelerometers. It's got gyroscopes, so it can tell it's being tilted. GPS sensors, Wi-Fi sensors, Bluetooth sensors. All of that in this little tiny freaking package. And it can run for like 4 hours if you're doing stuff. You know, if you keep it off most of the day, it'll run most of the day. All of this, it's $100 on eBay. I can even use it as a charger. I can plug a USB-C cable into this and plug your phone into it and charge your phone up. I mean, this thing is just, it's incredible what these things can do today. I mean, these things are so advanced that if you went back in time 50 years with one of these phones, they couldn't do anything with it. Literally, they couldn't do anything with it because they literally lack the technology and knowledge to even decipher what the hell this thing is, you know, from a technical point of view, not from a literal point of view. It's just, it's mind-blowing that 50 years ago, this would have been more powerful than every computer on this planet combined by a lot. We're not talking a little bit. We're talking about a lot. It's just, I do have one, but I have not played with it. Pygar asked about the Creality camera. I'll have to play with it once I find it, because the problem is they sent it to me just before I moved. So it's in a crate somewhere. And then you slap on this, you know, $3 piece of plastic, and all of a sudden it's a rugged and durable piece of computer hardware. These things are amazing. Well, the thing is, computers are stupid, but they're fast. And that's what makes them so valuable. Okay, so Z-axis is done. Z-limit switch is done. I'll probably have to adjust it later. This is going together unusually nicely. I forgot how nice these printers were. the The board sucks. There's a lot of lag in the board inside, but overall, who cares? Okay. La-di-da-di-da. Arm. I always keep these phones. I only buy flagship phones. I still have my S2, my Samsung S2, because those older phones you can replace the batteries so you can still keep them running. I use them as time-lapse cameras. I use them as display screens. There's so many things you can do with these things. They really are just incredibly useful devices. And so powerful. It's kind of freakish how powerful they are. No. Nope, that's backwards. Gotta go this way. There we go. Mine, this one here, not only does it have a headphone jack, but it's got a quad DAC inside, a quad DAC amplifier inside. So this thing can drive my Sennheiser headphones. Let me tell you, you haven't experienced pure portable bliss until you've plugged a pair of Sennheisers into a phone and they work. Yeah, that really, the lack of replaceable batteries pisses me off. Like, actually makes me mad. I really do not like that I can't replace the batteries. So that's as easy as that. You roll these over it, run it around. Now to tighten it. Thank you, Michael. $10 from Michael. Thank you very much. If you guys want to chip in and help me, all of my funding comes from you guys. Use PayPal because YouTube takes 30% and PayPal only takes 3%. Thank you very much, Michael. I appreciated that. Yeah, that's part of what it is, but it's also they want you to buy new phones. These phones are getting so powerful that we're getting to the point where you don't have to replace the phone every year for a new one. Now you see how I tighten this up? I just stick a wrench like that. That's okay, Michael. I appreciate it. Trust me. Thank you very much. I just let people know so they know. That's why I don't have memberships on YouTube turned on, because I'm not giving YouTube 30%. So you can sit here and tension it. So you can get whatever tension you want. Just jamming a little wrench in there, and that's more than tight enough. You don't have to go crazy tightening these things. That's a big mistake people make, is they over tighten. Once you have one tightened, now you can adjust it vertically until you get the belt sitting exactly where it's supposed to sit. If this is too low, the belt will hit the frame in here, and you don't want that. The Tronxy XY looks like this. It does not print like this. Not even close. Yeah, thank you very much, man. I mean, you don't have to give me anything. So whatever you guys give is very appreciated. Very nice. I hear something catching. Oh, I think I need to have this down a bit. Get that below. I still hear catching somewhere. Where am I catching? Well, that's not centered. Now it is. Ah, it's that one. That looks good. No more snagging. The teeth were grabbing the extrusion a little bit. Just a little bit. That did not turn. No, it did not. There we go. There we go. No snag now. We are a snag-free zone. Now, there's supposed to be a cap. Here it is. Limit switch. That's right. Anycubic Mega Zero is actually a very good printer, and for 20 bucks, you can add a heat bed to it. I have had very, very good results with my Mega Zero. I would not hesitate to say it's worth buying that printer if you want it. Come here, you little booger. The only problem I have with the Mega Zero, it's too slow. The board inside isn't capable of going full speed. If you try to print too fast, the printer stutters. Well, that's interesting. I think the hole is bad. It's aligned correctly, but I think the threads are bad because that does not want to go in. And I don't think it's that. That looks okay. Now, 147 for a Mega Zero, I'd buy that. But just remember, you can't go fast. Yep, the threads are bad. I think that's why they tossed it in the box. Ha! Oh, that's funny. So I think the threads on the stepper motor are bad, and I cannot put this on here. It will not go on. So we only use 3, which is fine. Let's make sure these are nice and tight. So when the Chinese guy was building this printer, he realized the holes in the stepper, the threads in the stepper motor were bad, so he just chucked it in the bag with the rest of the parts and sent the printer anyway. I mean, in reality, it's fine. Nothing wrong with it. 3 is more than stable enough. But that is funny. Like, screw it, and just chuck it in the box anyway. Good enough. No. Where is the 4th one? Where's the 4th Allen wrench? I know there's 4. That's too small. Did I toss it in here? Nope. Did I drop it? Hey, somebody send a PayPal. Jonathan Barnes, $5 on PayPal. You rock, dude. Thank you very much. Hi, kitty. Yeah. Hi, Ender. You having fun in there? Or no? Yeah, that might work, but I'm not worried about it. It's just not important. Where did I must have dropped the wrench. I don't see it though. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. It's lost. But I have plenty more wrenches. Too big. Too big. Where does this stuff go when I drop it? I just dropped something and I don't see it. Oh, the pen. I see it. That looks too small. Yep, too small. Maybe. That works. Yeah! To a little black hole, a little singularity in space-time. Man. Talk about iffy threads. That one threaded in, no problem. Still in the box. Okay. That is finished. Now we put the bed on. Yeah, for real. Okay. That looks okay. So what are these for? M34s. I don't even know what those are for. That all looks good. Nice big instructions. Switch your voltage. Ah, it's for the case. I don't know. I've never heard of it. That's from the Guinness. I'll have to look into that for you. I really don't know. Cruddy springs. Why'd they include 4? That's weird. Are those better? Yes, those are better. I'll use these. So I have 1 yellow one and 2 of these slightly stiffer ones. Until I find the rest of my yellow ones. For me, it's about quality and reliability, and the Ender 2s are just high quality, high reliability. It's hard to beat the Ender 3 though. If you want different printers just to have different printers, that's one thing. But if you're trying to make a farm, it's pretty hard to beat the Ender 3. Especially now that you can get the Ender 3 Pro for the same price as the Ender 3, basically. So you tighten your springs down pretty much as far as they will go. These I can't tighten down that much because that spring does not compress as much. This is a 3-point leveling system. That's good enough. I'm just going to slap the sticker on. There we go. Physical construct is done, I believe. Now we just put the spool holder on. Okay. Ah, crap. Okay. I love these old spool holders. They just work so well. Boom, done. Oh, I found the wrench. Let's see if you guys can find the wrench. Remember the missing wrench? Uh-huh. It sat there the whole time. What the hell? It's been sitting there inside that screw the whole time. Oh, man. No, the Allen key, the fourth Allen key. We use the nozzle wrench for there. Does that touch? No, it doesn't. Oh, man. Yes, it does. Okay, we can't do that. Ah, crap. The bed hits it. I could probably put it underneath instead of on top. Normally, I bend this 90 degrees. I'll show you. I was hoping to get away without having to do that. Why is this? Why is that there? Go away. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's been a while. I might be able to break it. Maybe. There it goes. Hey, now I technically still have the wrench if I need it. There we go. You can just bend it 90 degrees and then it's out of the way. But I'd rather just take it off and be done with it forever. And now nothing stops the bed. Make sure the bed can actually hit the end stop. That hits the end stop. Now we need to check the Z-axis end stop. From what I understand, the Mini is a very good machine. I don't think anybody who has a Mini would have any problems. All right, so I definitely need to bring the bed up, which I expected. There's nothing wrong with printed parts. I would prefer not to have printed parts in a manufactured machine, but there's nothing wrong with it. There we go. Close enough to get a test print. Well, if I'm paying money for something, I want it to work right away. But I also understand the difference between price versus quality, and I don't mind putting in a little work. So that is my Z. Right there. This is my bed. I need to make sure that is above everything else, since the bed moves. An Ender 3 with 20 bucks worth of upgrades is a pretty close equal to a Prusa. It's going to take a little more work on your part, but that's okay. That takes care of that. That goes to power. This is already running up to the hot end. This goes to the carriage. That is extruder. That is X. And this is X limit switch. There we go. This is Z limit switch. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh man, this is gonna be a pain in the butt. Just a heads up, anybody building one of these, attach your Z limit switch before you attach the limit switch to the printer. It's a real pain in the butt to do otherwise. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's a pain. This might work. To a point, there are machines where even I've struggled to get the machines to work reliably. And that's more than just your competence. Your competence definitely affects your ability to diagnose, but there is some part of that that's machine and not just you. Some machines are just garbage, period. No matter how much you like or hate it. Oh, this is going to be a pain. I really don't want to take this apart again because I got it adjusted so perfectly. The Prusa's price is actually one of its good points. What you're paying for is support, and it's a pretty cheap price to pay. That's the reason the Prusa costs more. You want a printer from a first world nation with high labor costs and benefits, well, you're going to pay the price. Got it! Didn't have to take it apart again. I have, I probably, on the 4 Ender 2s that I kept running at the house, I probably have a combined 10,000 hours on them. 0 issues. I have a CR10 that passed, original CR10, not a CR10S Pro, but an original CR10 that passed 5,000 printing hours, 0 maintenance. None. If it's a halfway decent machine that's put together properly, they'll just run forever. Okay. I mean, they are very low maintenance machines. There's just not a whole lot of maintenance involved. Okay. Power supply time. I mean, sometimes you get bad luck and you get a bum part. There's nothing you can do about that. But in general, yes, they do have pretty good quality control. But I have seen people receive broken printers like from the factory and bad parts from the factory. It happens. Okay. Yeah, and that's part of what you pay for with Prusa. They'll take care of you. If you have a problem and you can address the problem reasonably with them, they'll send you replacement parts. I mean, they want you happy. Contrary to what people think, they want you happy. Huh, only 2 screws, huh? Okay. Means I want it to go into this hole. Well, of course, yeah. There's always going to be compromises. Ground, neutral. Come on. Work with me here. There we go. Remember, guys, be nice. I eat mean people. Well, no, sometimes there is just a difference between hot ends. Sometimes hot ends just don't play nice. It happens. Okay. Oh, son of a bitch, you're going to slide all the way down, aren't you? Yes, you are. Be nice, guys. That means it won't go in because the stupid zip tie is in the way. Well, I'll pit my Ender 2 against a Prusa any day. And I'll whoop their butt, too. There we go. One thing I like doing is putting zip ties on the wires on the inside so that the wires can't be yanked on and it won't pull out of the machine. Ender 2 stock will destroy a Prusa. Not in everything, because the Ender 2 does have a parts cooling issue. Not a big issue, but it is an issue. But otherwise, an Ender 2 will destroy a Prusa. Prusa can't touch it. And that's not actually the Prusa's fault. The reason for that is it's a mass issue. The Prusa is a bigger machine. And there's just nothing it can do about that. It's bigger. That's why the Prusa Mini would be competition for an Ender 2. It's smaller, so it has less mass. I bet you'll get Ender 2 quality prints out of a Prusa Mini. Common, positive. I did it right. I didn't screw it up. Okay. So now I have these two zip ties on the inside. If you pull on these cables, they'll act as a stop, and they'll hit that stop. Now the cable can't be pulled, at least not as easily. I mean, you yank on it hard enough, it's going to pull. Where are them little screws? There they are. Well, good luck with that. Because guess where the American manufacturers are making their 3D printers? China. But that's an economic issue that has nothing to do with China. Yeah, design prototype test was dead wrong. And I like the guy, but he was wrong on that. .3D printing wouldn't exist as we know it today without China. None of you would have a 3D printer, or very few of you would have a 3D printer without China. I wouldn't. Well, I would, because my first printer was a MakerBot. Although I think I bet you the MakerBot was made in China too. Okay. I think we're done. Get everything out of the way here. So it's kind of a catch-22. You know, without China, you wouldn't have the 3D printers. With China, you're killing American manufacturing. But that's something that we did to ourselves, not China. So, you know, we have a lot of things that we need to fix here at home before we can fix that. All right. Jack and juice up. No, the MakerBot Mini, the all plastic one. Which I'm pretty sure is made in China. Point is, you want an American-made 3D printer, it's $2,000. Minimum $2,000. Probably more like $2,500. Pruses are assembled in another country. And that's part of why they manufacture their own parts, because they would have the same problem. Okay, we're loaded. It didn't blow up and the screen turned on. Okay, prepare. Auto home. That looks pretty good. Print the cat! Have to print the cat. I'm over this way more, so I want the camera moved this way. Nope. I want it that way. And this way. There we go. Bed is heating up. Yep, and how much is a Lulzbot? A Lulzbot Mini is $1,400. And guess what Lulzbot's probably going to do? They're probably going to switch to manufacturing in China. This is Epic Rainbow. So it's that filament that changes colors. In theory, you could do it with a picture with some artificial intelligence doing the thinking in the background. You'd be surprised what people can do, what computer programming can do. It'll obviously depend on what it is you're taking a picture of. Because the software is going to have to make assumptions. We have a database. It's called Thingiverse, and My Mini Factory and Cults 3D. That's what makes 3D printing so powerful. Well, sometimes you don't need an accurate recreation. You just need something close. I mean, if you take a picture of a rubber ducky and you print out a rubber ducky, I don't think your 4-year-old's going to care if it was 4 millimeters too big or too small. Oh, I know what video you're talking about, where it's a gel and they use intersecting lasers to print the whole object all at once. That's what was his name? Oh, come on, what's the guy's name? The guy who basically invented consumer 3D printing. Boyer, that's it. Adrian Boyer. I met the guy. See how bad I am with names? Nope, it's all the way back. It doesn't go back any further than that. Well, what do you think STL stands for? Stereolithographic. Wow. I don't think I've ever had a Ender 2 level that quick. Well, that's just it. I mean, the communications technology we have, like YouTube and Chinese manufacturing, and people making files, have made this technology very accessible to us. Let me tell you, when I bought my first Ender 2, it was $199, and it blew my freaking mind that $199 could get me this. Even today, this is still amazing for $199. It's phenomenal. Here's something most people don't realize. You could turn a 3D printer upside down, and it won't give a damn. And it will just keep right on printing just fine. You'd be amazed what you could do in a 3D printer. In fact, that's one thing I want to do with a Delta is I want to bolt a Delta to the roof just for shiggles. So people can go, what the fuck? As the printer is printing. Just because I think it'd be fun to mess with people's heads. Especially a printer like this that has low mass. So you're less likely to mess something up. Virtually identical. The King Rune is a fantastic printer. You clean up those bearings, the King Rune is very nice. If you can get a King Rune, if you want an Ender 2 experience, if you can get a King Rune, get a King Rune. Good machine. Well, see, the thing is, I don't care about fast. Unless you're going, 200 millimeters a second, you're just not going to see much of a speed difference. Now, when I say speed difference, okay, think of it this way. You want to drive from here to Northwest Albuquerque, okay? The speed limit on 40 is 65 miles an hour. Okay, it's 75 for about 2 miles, and it drops down to 65, okay? My biggest 3D printer is the CR10S5, which is a 500 millimeter cube build volume. So if you drive from here to Northwest Albuquerque, let's say you decide that on the straightaway on I-40, you're going to do 85 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. How much faster do you get to your destination? Less than a minute faster. Because you still have to slow down to pass, you still have to slow down to exit. You're not going to be able to do 20 miles over the limit on the surface streets, at the stop signs, at the red lights, making your left and right hand turns. So what you really need is your average speed, not your absolute speed. Your average speed is all that matters. Now, here to Oklahoma City, okay, absolute speed matters because it's all highway. But every time this printer has to stop and turn and change direction, that's like a street corner. So, unless you can make everything faster, you're just not going to see that big of a difference in total print time. So your print might go from 3 hours to 2 hours and 40 minutes. I just don't care about the 20 minutes. I just don't care. Now, if you're doing something like the Creatos, where the whole machine is simply designed to go faster, and you can print at 200, 250 millimeters a second, okay, that's going to make a big difference. Exactly. The difference between 50 millimeters a second and 100 millimeters a second is like the difference between a 3-hour print and a 2-hour and 50-minute print. It's just not that big a difference, unless you can make everything else faster. You can make the hot end faster. You can make the acceleration faster, the jerk faster. Everything has to be faster. Well, we're nowhere near the speed limit of PLA. I mean, most of our melt speed limits are hot end limits, not melt limits. You put a Mosquito Magnum on a printer, and well, you're going to hit your printer speed limit before you hit that hot end limit. Well, that's why you have to upgrade the hot end. With this, the limitation is not the kinematics. With this, the limitation is the hot end. So if I upgrade the kinematics to go faster, I have to upgrade the hot end to go faster too. This thing will easily chooch along at 100 millimeters a second if I want it to. I don't want it to. I'd rather get better quality. Come on, guys. Be nice. Don't be dicks to each other. This is a friendly zone. I'll fully admit I don't have much experience tuning printers to go fast, but that's because I don't do it. You know, if I started doing it and I started researching it and started learning from people who make printers go fast, I've learned eventually. But I just don't think it's worth the effort unless you upgrade the hardware. I am getting more and more interested in that clipper stuff, though. I might have to play around with that clipper when time allows. Oh, by the way, my theater's done on the patio. I scored some Logitech Z906 speakers. And let me tell you, holy crap. I actually have to be careful not to turn it up too loud because I suspect it will bother my neighbors. And I live pretty far from my neighbors. The sound that comes out of that system is just mind-blowing. No, I don't. Action Jackson asked if I had any SKR Mini E3s. I don't tend to upgrade the electronics in the printers because they just work fine. But I do know people are interested in that, so I probably should try to mess with that a little bit. Yeah, oh, you got it, Steven. That's a lot of things. That's something that a lot of people don't realize is that even if you put the best hot end on there, even if you put the best kinematics on there, if your cooling system can't freeze that plastic in place, it's pointless. Oh, I am. I got couches out back, so I can invite the neighbors over, you know, if we want to have like a barbecue and watch a movie. Yeah, it's nice. 150-inch screen, baby. It's amazing. You can build a 150-inch screen, blow your socks off movie theater in your backyard for $500. I'll probably take you up on that, Action Jackson. I do want to play with that at some point when time allows. Well, usually that's because they don't know what they're doing, Luke. There's two paths to there's basically two kinds of 3D print users. I mean, there's variations of those two, but there's basically two kinds of people. And I'm kind of a mix of both. You have the user. I am primarily a user. I want my printer to make me an object. That's it. I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what I have to do to make it do it. I just want it to spit out the object I give it over and over again and do it right every time. So if the stock electronics can do that, I'm not touching the electronics because there's no reason to. It's, you know, it's as long as it spits out the object I want, as long as it prints what I want it to print, you know, I want it to print that screwdriver. As long as it does that, I don't care if it makes a little bit of noise. I don't care if the screen's a little bit slow. I don't care that there's an 8-bit board in there. As long as it makes what I want it to make, that's all I care about. As long as it's reliable and low maintenance, that's all I care about. Now, you also have a different kind of user. It's what I call the tweaker, okay? You get people who like to tinker. They like to tweak. For them, the print doesn't really matter. For them, it's all about the hacking, the modding, the customizing. It's like people who customize and tune their cars. It's like people who put the little emblems on their car and the decorations on their car and the mods to get that extra 2 horsepower. For them, it's just, it's for them, the adventure is the whole point. Okay? So for people like that, the process, the adventure of adding this part, adding that part, tweaking this part, changing this part, that's the whole point. The end result's not the whole point. The process and the adventure is the whole point. I did that with my my one-hell duplicator i3. I was all about printing all the parts, making this a little better, making that a little better, adding lights to it, all that stuff. And for some people, that's the point. For them, the point isn't, can I make the printer better, although they would like to. For them, the point is the adventure, the fun, the modding. It's the modding community, and that's what they like to do. The problem is when you have a person who's a modder, a tweaker, but they also want the printer to work. And when you have the two community, actually, Luke just said it perfectly. He just said it perfectly. When you get the modders who are convincing the users to make the mods, and the mods make the lives of the users living hell. Because now, is the printer fucking up because that's fucked up, or because the mod is fucked up, or because both is fucked up because you applied the mod and didn't know what you were doing? For a modder, that makes it more fun. Oh, it broke. Now I got to figure out why it broke and fix it again. For a modder, that's fun. For a user, that's hell. Because the user doesn't give a fuck. They just want the part. And someone convinced them the mod would help them get the part when they didn't need it. So that can cause tension. But it's important for people to realize that there is those two different kinds of people. You have the user and you have the modder or the tweaker. I guess tweaker is probably not the greatest word because that means other things. But the modder, the hacker, okay? So it's important for modders and hackers to realize that not everybody else is a modder. Not everybody else is in it for the journey. That's the word I was looking for. Not everybody else is in it for the journey of the mods. Some people just want it to work. And they don't need to add the extra stuff to make it work. And it's important for both parties to recognize that. That's why I believe Luke has the same position as I do. Do not modify 3D printers. Don't. Stop. Make it work stock. Don't even, except for certain very small things, like for example, fixing the lead screw with the shim, you know, maybe replacing a bad feeder unit, stuff like that. You know, Luke Hadfield's fix for the hot end, things that are actionable fixes. Most people don't mod them until you have a properly functioning stock machine and you have the bare minimum competency to know what you're looking at, and if something stops working, to at least have some idea of what direction you need to go toward to fix it. When you reach that stage, when you can say, when I can say, hey, Action Jackson, print me one of these. And you can go, no problem, Chris. I go into Thingiverse, I find the stubby screwdriver, I bring it into my slicer, I slice it, I send it to my printer, and my printer makes it fine. Oh, something went wrong. Oh, the filament's out, or I got a hot end leak, or the wheel's loose. No problem, I'll fix it. Tweak, done, it's fixed. When you get to that point, now start thinking about mods, if you want to go that direction. You might find out that you're perfectly happy with the output of the machine the way it is, and you don't want to make any mods. Or you might decide, you know something, I'm a little bored. I'd like to play around and tweak this printer. And now you have the competency, the knowledge, the experience to go, okay, this got worse. Why did it get worse? Oh, because this mod's the wrong mod, or because I installed it wrong, or because it's just not a good mod, or because I don't know what I'm doing with it. I can now put the machine back the way it was, and I'm back to good again. Okay, that's the stage you need to be at before you consider modding. Okay, make the machine work properly as it sits. Make sure you understand how to use it. I mean, the modders aren't bad people. They're not trying to break your printer. To them, this makes it better for them. But if you don't have the knowledge to go along with it, you're going to create a nightmare for yourself. Exactly, Action Jackson. Most have good intentions. Exactly. Modding is fun once you have the knowledge. Ask me next week. That's all I can say is ask me next week. What do you... Angus Lee asked... hang on, Angus. Let me get back to that. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. So I did a lot of talking, yapping there, and I may have missed comments. Yeah, see? Cobus Grobler likes modding more than the actual printing. So he's going to have an all hacked up machine, but he also has an idea of what he's doing. Okay? So it's important for beginners to not mod until they have some idea of what they're doing. Okay, so well, that's because they're excited. No, that's all. Just be nice and say, hey, don't worry about modding the printer. If this is your first printer, get it working stock. Get some help from us if you need it. Get at least competent at making the machine work and adjusting it. Then think about the mods. Warping issues when printing sharp corners on an Ender 3 Pro from Angus Lee. That's not enough information, Angus. I need more information. What do you mean by warping? I can think of many different things that would use the word warping issue, and they're all different. Warping could be your first lines not sitting properly. Warping could be the corners of the object lifting off the bed. The corners lift up. So you're printing an object like you're printing a box, and the corners lift up off the bed. Okay? What kind of bed are you using? Are you using this fabric-like bed? Are you using a glass bed? Are you using the Creality's little black dot surface? Are you using a magnetic flex plate? What kind of plate are you? What kind of bed are you using? It's probably none of that. But hang on, let's see what kind of bed he's using. So, Creality glass bed. So you're using that black bed that looks like the Anycubic Ultra Base. Okay. There are several avenues of attack here. The most common problem people are going to have with printing on things like PEI, glass, the silicon dioxide surface that you're printing on, is your first layer is too cold and too fast. Okay? So I'm assuming you know how to level because you're getting a successful print and only the corners are lifting up, which means you're probably got a pretty good bed level. You could attempt slightly more squish, so bring the bed just a hair closer to the nozzle. That might help. But the first thing to do Mr. Able to Speak, you need to change how you're able to speak because I don't understand what that says. So the most common problem I see with corners lifting is poor bed adhesion. There are two things that can cause poor bed adhesion. Bed leveling, well, three. Bed leveling. So if your bed level is off a little bit, that could cause poor bed adhesion. But if you're getting successful prints, you're probably close enough. So we'll assume that's not the problem right now. The next problem is a compromised surface. The silicon dioxide surface, just like glass, has to be spotless clean. So literally, take the glass plate off your printer, go to your kitchen sink, and hit that bitch with some Dawn soap and ultra hot water. Scrub that bugger down with a scrub brush. Rinse it off with scorching hot water. Pat it dry, let it air dry. Put it back on your printer. Okay? At that point, do not touch the surface. The oils from your skin will inhibit the ability of the plastic to stick to that surface. This surface, I can touch this all day. This is so sticky to PLA that it's not a problem. But what you're using isn't. So you need to make sure it's clean. Now, the second area where you're going to run into problems. Oh, and by the way, just use some IPA in between prints. When you pop a print off, spray some IPA, wipe it down, you're good to go. Well, it's usually the same problem. It just takes longer to manifest. Now, the second reason, and this is something I see often, is that you want the first layer to be hot, sticky, and slow. So if you're printing at 60 millimeters per second, I would make your first layer 30% speed, and I would make your first layer temperature 220 degrees Celsius. This is for normal PLA, PLA Pro. All right? 220 Celsius, 30% speed. You want to drop that hot molten plastic slowly onto the bed so it really gets a good stick. You're probably going too fast. And when you change directions on a print, you're kind of peeling the filament off. So think of it like this. You're going this way, and then you go this way. You make a corner. Well, normally, you're applying the filament like this as it comes out of the nozzle. Well, as you're applying it, you're now also torquing it when you change direction. So it's kind of like you taking your strip of filament like this, and then you change directions. It's kind of like you're doing this to it, which is going to tend to want to peel it off. So you're getting a poor stick at the corner. That's why corners tend to peel. Corners tend to peel because you're extrude, 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 change direction, extrude, extrude. But because you're changing directions, you're also applying a rotational or sideways torque to the filament, which is why corners tend to peel. So if the torque you apply overcomes the amount of stick you have to the bed, either because you're too far away, or you're too cold, or because the bed is dirty, it unsticks, and then your corners start to peel. So slow down, print hotter. Make sure that bed is clean. Hot water, Dawn soap. Rinse it off thoroughly. Hot water. Put it on the bed, heat it up. That'll boil off all the water. Then when you print, set your first layer settings. I can show you this here in the slicer. So in your slicer here, you have layer. So here's first layer settings. You'll have similar settings in Cura and Prusa Slicer. So your first layer height, you can use that to tweak your squish. If your bed is good and level, you might not want to tweak your bed level. You can just adjust this, and that'll bring your nozzle closer or further from the bed just a tiny bit. All right, don't adjust much. I prefer to keep this the same and adjust the bed. This way, this setting is always the same no matter what I'm printing. But you can, and this also allows me to interchange files between printers. But this one here, first layer speed, you notice I have mine set for 20%. Okay, and I have my speed set for 60 millimeters per second with a first layer speed of 20%. 30% is probably good enough. Right? Now, temperature. Primary extruder. I have my first layer set for 220 degrees Celsius. And then at layer 2, it drops down to 210 Celsius. Sometimes I even drop it down to 200 at layer 3, depending on the plastic I'm printing with, depending on what that plastic prefers. Now you also need to play with cooling. You probably already have this set up, but make sure your first layer cooling is a 0. You do not want to be cooling the first layer because, again, you want hot, sticky, and slow. You want molten plastic going down on that bed to make sure you get the best stick possible. And then at layer 3, I turn on the fan. Seam alignment depends on what you're printing. So he's talking about this one here, start points. So optimize for fastest or choose a start point. That depends on what you're printing. So, for example, if I have a problem with zitting on a particular model, yes, I'll put the zit line in the back of the model where it's not seen. If your infill is becoming bumpy, you are probably over extruding. You're extruding too much plastic and you just don't realize it. No, it's probably you're extruding too much plastic. In Ender 5, believe it or not, your extrusion multiplier should be around 0.94. It's just the way the printers are programmed. You can adjust your E-steps, or you can just change your extrusion multiplier to 0.94 and be done with it. Yes and no. It depends on what you're printing, how fast you're printing, how hot you're printing, and what you're printing. You're always going to have blobs. Whether you align the Z-seam or not, you're always going to have blobs. If your blobs are not that bad, and you're printing a complex enough model, like, for example, that castle here, you don't have to align the Z-seam on this. You're never going to see the blobs. There's so much busyness here, you're just never going to see it. Your E-steps might be fine, but trust me, if you're seeing blobs at the intersections of infill, you're extruding too much plastic. I've had good success with an 8mm wipe. That's what I use for my wipe. It's just the number that seems to work for me. 7mm retract. I could probably bump back to 6, but I've been so used to it. I don't use coasting. coasting is a pain in the ass. I've had printers pull the filament out of the printer because of coast. Coast is very dependent on what you're printing. I mean, if you're printing this castle, you do not want to use coast. You're gonna lose it. But if you're printing something like this, coast could come in very handy. Coast is an advanced function that I would not suggest people use until they're more experienced. Well, wipe does the same thing without messing up the calibration. Can coast be useful? Yes, absolutely. If you know what you're doing and you know how it applies to the particular model you're printing. My standard profile for the SE. Here, I'll show you. Oh, there's my profile for the SE. It's the same. 0.94, 7, 35. Actually, that should be 25. And 8 millimeters of wipe. That's my settings. First layer, 20%, 80% width. This gets rid of your elephant's foot. 333, 0.2 millimeter. You want your skirt. Infill, 20% grid. Bed temperature 60, 220, 210. Cooling 0 and 100 at 3. That's it. That's what I set for my CR6 SE. Do you know what the difference between my CR6 SE and my Ender 2? Nothing. This is the only thing that changes. I'm not kidding. Between my CR10, my CR Ender 2, my Ender 3, my Ender 3 Pro, my CR10 S4, my CR10 S5, my Ender 3 V2, my CR10 S Pro, there's no difference in my profile at all. The only difference is this here, your build volume, and the script. So, for example, on an Ender 2, I would make this X5 P500. On something CR10 sized, I would make it X3 P300 because it's a bigger printer and I want to slow down those accelerations a little bit. Otherwise, there's no difference between all my profiles. My profiles don't... Yeah, the CR6 SE. That's the one they had on Kickstarter. Mine should be arriving soon, too. These settings, I don't really change them much from printer to printer. Yeah, that's why I like Simplified 3D UI. Now, I understand Idea Maker has a similar UI. I heard Idea Maker is pretty close to Simplified 3D, and it's free. I have not played with it yet, though. But I hear good things about it. These settings don't really change from printer to printer. They change from print to print. My profile changes based on what I'm printing, not really what I'm printing on. This is the only part that really changes. G-code and scripts is the only part that really changes a whole lot from printer to printer. Yeah, that's the problem I have with Prusa Slicer 2. I hate the UI. I wish they can fix the UI. If they can give it a more clean UI like this, a Prusa Slicer would be a lot better. Although, of course, it comes down to getting used to it. Well, the CR6 SE is a very advanced printer. It's one of the first of what I would call an advanced printer from a Chinese manufacturer. The cheaper Chinese manufacturers. I mean, the quality control, the engineering involved, it's a whole bunch of little things that don't really directly affect print quality, though they can, but it affects the user experience greatly. I'm not aware of any functionality in Prusa Slicer that I can't do in Simplified 3D, except for different kinds of infill. Otherwise, I can't really think of anything I would use on a day-to-day basis that Prusa Slicer can do that Simplified 3D can't. Good point, Action Jackson, about having the same UI. Oh, that's right. Cura does that too, I believe. Well, support blockers doesn't make sense. I just don't put supports where I don't want supports. I don't see why that's an advantage. But one thing I do like about Prusa Slicer is I think Prusa Slicer does this, or is it Cura? Simplified 3D, I can do variable settings. So I can pick layer points, and I can have a different set of settings down here and a different set of settings up here. I believe in Cura and possibly Prusa Slicer, you can actually do that on X and Y. You can place a cube into the model and say, anything inside that cube, print with these different settings. So I can tell it to have this half of the model with infill and this half of the model without infill. I know you can do that in Cura. I'm not sure if you can do that in Prusa Slicer. Now, that is something useful that Simplify 3D can't do. Yeah, that's cool. That's not support blockers. Well, I guess maybe support blockers is the same function. But yeah, that is a pretty cool function. I wouldn't call it a game changer, but I would call it something I very much would like to have. Especially when you're doing a big model and you just need a little infill here and you don't need infill over the whole goddamn thing. I could see that being very useful. Simplified 3D has that, but only in the Z-axis. The space constraints that Cura has allows you to do it on X, Y, and Z, which is pretty darn cool. Well, it's very easy in Simplified 3D. You turn off automatic support generation. Problem solved. Yeah, I can. Well, you can do that with just Z-axis. But for example, what's it? I had a good example. Well, let's say you're printing this, and you're printing this horizontally. For whatever reason, you have to print this horizontally, and you can't print it this way. Okay, so in Simplified 3D, I can control infill on the Z, but not the X and Y. In Cura, I could create a phantom box, and I could put that phantom box over the print right here, so that it takes up this 3D space. And now in Cura, I don't know how to do this, but I know you can do this, and I think this is what Action Jackson is talking about. I can tell it, okay, I want you to print this with 25% infill, but anything inside this box, no infill. So this part of the model will have 25% infill, and this part of the model will have no infill. Why would you want to do that? Well, this part of the model needs to be strong because you're going to be pressing your finger on it. But this part of the model you're just holding in your hand, and it doesn't need to be that strong. So you can save a lot of material and a lot of time by not filling up the space with infill. That's something you can do. Yeah, that's Cura's per model settings. So it's not going to print that model, but it's going to change the settings of this model based on the overlap with that model. That's pretty damn cool. The UI is kind of clunky, and it's kind of weird to do. Someone needs to figure out the right UI for it. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it does the same thing. You can use it as a support blocker, or you can use it as a modifier. But I think we're talking about the same thing. For support, it doesn't matter. I just turn off automatic support in Simplify 3D. I'll show you how I do that. So in Simplify 3D, let's say I want to add some support to a model. Well, what I would do is I would go into Tools, and then I would do Customize Support Structures. Now, I could tell it, let me get rid of a bunch of this stuff, otherwise it's going to take a really long time. Okay, so I could, that's not a good example. Bowl, that's what I want. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. So let's say I want to add some support to this model. Okay. Well, I can just go to Add New Support. Oop, change that to 4 millimeters. So I can just go to add new support, and I can add a support anywhere I want it. So I want a support there for whatever reason. Now, one of the problems you might run into is that when you go to slice, it's going to say you need to turn on automatic support generation, and then sometimes it's going to add a bunch of support where you didn't ask it to. Well, it's easy to stop it from doing that. When you go into here to support, you simply set support pillar resolution to 999. That's bigger than any print bed you're going to use. So now it's only going to add the supports you specifically told it to add. So it's not going to try to add a support in a bolt hole. It's not going to try to add a support on an internal part that doesn't need it. You can do that with just adding the supports manually. You can also go to generate automatic supports. So I change that to 4. Generate automatic supports, and it'll add supports. Like, see, I don't want that one, so I go to remove. I say, nope, I don't want you there. Yeah, I don't want you guys either. Don't need you. Don't need you. There. Now it's only adding the support on the bottom. Not that I'm aware of. With Cura, you actually have a little bit more control, but it takes more effort. It's using that thing that Action Jackson was talking about called modifiers. Do the modifiers in Cura work for support as well? So if I put a modifier across the top and say no support here, it'll do that? I'm not sure. But as you can see how quickly I did that in Simplify 3D. Now, you're thinking, wait a minute, when you click print, it's going to add those supports back. Well, no, it's not, because I told it to make the support resolution 999, which is basically never going to add support. So when I click print, there you go. Now it only adds the support I specifically told it to add. That's a pretty standard thing in Simplify 3D. Yeah, you can use per model as well, and it will honor those settings. Let's process here. Now in Simplify 3D, I can tell it to print, like here, tools, variable settings. I can tell it, okay, so I want to split the model right there. Add location, split process. Now I have 2 processes. This process is the first half of the model. This process is the second half of the model. I can tell the second half of the model no support. Or I can tell the second half of the model to have infill and the first half of the model to not have infill. I can change anything on the first half of the model and it won't apply to the second half. I can tell the first half, I want support, I want 25% infill, I want 220 degrees, and I want 6 walls, and I want 4 top and 4 bottom. And then I can tell the top here to be vase mode. So you can do that kind of separate. I can tell it to, I can do this. So hang on, let me show you how far you can go with this. So tools, let's clear all supports. So this is not really going to work, but I'm just giving you an idea of what you can do. So I go to, let me move this out of the way. So I go to tools, variable settings. I'm going to create a setting down here for the inside of the base. And I'm going to create a setting starting right here for that. Split process. So now this first process is just this bottom sliver. This second process is all this in between. And this third process is this up here. So I can tell this bottom process, I want a couple extra bottom layers. And I want my infill at 25% because I want a nice solid bottom. And I also want 4 walls because I want that bottom to be super stout. But now this part here in the middle, I want that to be vase mode. Single outline corkscrew, no top, no bottom, 1 perimeter. Now that's vase mode. But I don't want to do vase mode up here because I need to have the top layers to close off these holes and to fill in these holes here. So now I'm going to switch it back to 2 perimeters to give me some support for those curves. And I want to tell it to give me 3 bottom and 3 top. But I still want no infill. And now I can slice that, all 3, continuous. Yes, you can. So now that did not work correctly because it can't. I'll explain why in a second, and also how to fix it. But now I have the bottom with lots of support and lots of perimeters to make sure it's nice and thick. And then this part's all vase mode. It's not because it's 2 walls. That's because this model is not vase mode compatible the way I did it. And then it switches back to 2 perimeters with top and bottom layers so that these parts here print correctly. I paid for it, and I don't mind supporting them. Other slicers have goodies and features that are kind of nice to have, but don't actually result in me getting better prints, so I don't care. What I care about is that I can come in here. I mean, look how rapidly I just made that multi-process file. I mean, try doing that in Cura that fast. Exactly. You can do all that very rapidly in here. Now, one thing I don't like is I like this screen. See how I have that little cross section that shows me what I'm modifying? There's no way to bring that back. I want to see that here. And it doesn't do that. And that's something they need to fix. But now, imagine what I just did, but being able to do that in 3D. Like X and Y. So I can tell it this, or you can't see my hand. I could tell it, instead of this half of the model support and this half of the model no support, I can tell it this half of the model support, this half no support. Simplify 3D cannot do that. But Cura can. Wait a minute, Control K? Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, wow, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, but it doesn't change. You gotta do it. You gotta do it again. No, it's still only doing that. Now, see, I don't want to see a cross section of the model. I want to see my layers. I want to see the splits where I told it to make a multi-process. This doesn't help you with split processes. You know, when you have 3, it's obvious. I know where the 3 splits are. But when you have like 30 splits, I want to see where the splits are. Oh man, I thought you were going to tell me there's a way to bring this up for... See, it's still the bottom. It shouldn't be the bottom. It should be the middle. See how it's not changing? It's not showing me just that section. I wish there was a way to do that. Why is that blurry? There we go. We're printing a kitty cat! And the simple fact is, I still get damn near perfect prints out of Simplified 3D without having to fight the slicer. Oh, okay. But I can't see it in the model view? Let me see if I see what you're talking about. Left. Oh! Oh, wow! Okay, I didn't know you could do that. It's on the wrong screen. I need to see it on the other screen so I can edit it. But, hey, I'm glad I can do that. Okay, that's cool. And at least it tells me here. Okay, so I can at least find it later. So if I want to modify this green one, I know that's 112. And now I know that's 112. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know I could do that. Thank you very much. Who did that? Techie Dad. Thank you for that. I did not know I could do that. That is awesome. I mean, it's not perfect, but That's a hell of a lot better than what I had. Wait a minute. I can center individual models without centering them all? Oh, shit. You guys couldn't see that. Okay. So see I have 3 processes here? I want to visually see those 3 processes. Techie Dad showed me that you can do that in the slice preview. So if you change coloring to current process, now you see up here process 1, process 2, process 3. Well, there they are. There's the 3 processes. That is awesome. I did not know I could do that. It's not perfect because I'd rather have this on the edit screen, not on the slice screen, but it does label them. So I know if I want to mess with this greed process, it's 112. So now I can come here and I can edit process 112. Okay, that's awesome. So I can center one object without centering another object. No shit. That is cool. That is freaking cool. I did not know you could do that. Oh, it's not centering it though. It's still doing it. It's not putting it in the center. You see how it's not centering it? It's centering them relative to each other. Oh yeah, we're still going. It's not too big. See, it's still offsetting them for more than one object. Well, no, because if you do that, it's going to center them relative to each other. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't try T. Now, so you control T, it thinks they're already centered. But if I center in a range, it does that. What I want is this. Align model origins. Now that works because these are the same model. See how they're overlapping now? That's what I want. I want to be able to move an object to the dead center of the bed. It is dropped to the table. Okay. Should you buy Simplify 3D? If you're a beginner, no. It's $150. It's not cheap. Make sure you're going to stick, because when if I want to merge 2 objects together without having to go into an editor, or if I have an object where I need to align model origins, but it doesn't have proper origins. So for example, here's a reason I would want to do that. Let's say I want to take this object and do something like this. See, it's not rotating properly. Maybe it is rotating properly. There it is. Okay, we're good. So I can create an interesting, more complex model. Or, no, see, it moved it. Why did it move it? See how it's not centered anymore? So that doesn't work either. That's annoying. But, for example, if I want to do this. Nope. I want to do this. Z-axis. It might not work for this particular object. So if I want to do that, you see how I got that object there? Now can I don't know if I can move them together. I can't. See, I can't just grab this and move it up because it's going to move them out of alignment. Would you please bring up my display? Thank you. So if I want to do something like that. So now I got to have this cup on the bottom and the bowl on top, and they'll actually print together. Now watch, I'll slice it for you. See? Now I have that. And I didn't have to go into Tinkercad to do it. Because some models, if you bring them into Tinkercad, it decimates them. You lose resolution. See? Now I have this that I couldn't have had before. But the problem is, this only worked because it was two of the same model. So I could align model origins and it would work. I know it's a very specific case. But I thought Control T would do that. Because this does not work if it's two different models. Oh, no. Very rarely. It's a rocket thing. Rockets tend to be very symmetrical around X and Y. And you tend to only really have changes on Z because they're rockets. You don't typically have asymmetrical rockets. So functions like that are kind of handy. It's not a big deal, but it's like, oh, that would be cool if I could do that. You can see what I did right here. I mean, I made a bowl with a base without having to go into Tinkercad or Fusion. I was able to do it right here in Simplify 3D because I was able to keep these models both in the center of the build plate. Okay? If I did this, it won't do it. See? So how do I get that underneath that? I mean, you could try doing this, but man, good luck with that. I mean, that would just be a nightmare. I mean, so I'm getting close here. All right. Then I have to take this and bring it up. Like that. But now, how do I get these perfectly aligned? It'd be hard. Yeah, I agree. Or just hit center and arrange. So there I did it manually, and I don't know if they are actually aligned or not. But when I had them both in the center, I know they're perfectly aligned. And I also know they're touching each other. That's important too. But yeah, that's cool. And of course you can move things around the print bed. So let's get rid of this. That's not the one I want to get rid of. Really? That's the upside down one? So let's say I have a couple of these. Center and arrange. There's all four of them. Okay, if I want to space them out more, I can move them individually. So to give them a little more spacing. See how they're not quite aligned properly for the center? So I can rotate them and bring that point toward the center. See how I'm bringing those points toward the center? And that will allow me to bring them closer together. So yeah, you can fully manipulate the models. See, now I can bring them really close together. So, just different things you can do. Control L. Doesn't do anything. Oh, that's going to place the face on the bottom. I know what that does. So that's going to place the bowl face down on the bottom. Yeah, I use that a lot too. I think you can also get to that from here. Yeah, place surface on model, Control L. Oh, Control T is just drop model to bed. But see, I want to center without arranging. I just want to center. And that's something annoyingly you can't do. I want to do the center without the arrange. But it's fun. So, if you're going to, once you determine you're going to stick with 3D printing, and you know you're not going to just leave 3D printing in a couple of months, now it's time to decide whether or not you're going to buy Simplify 3D. No, I have not messed with Sculpt GL. Simplify 3D is in a hard position. Okay, I don't agree with pirating good software though. I mean, if you okay, I have a pirated copy of Simplify 3D because I want to install it on multiple computers, and I do not agree with DRM, so I do it strictly to get around the DRM. I paid for it. This is licensed to me. I paid for this back in 2017 or 2016. Yeah, or when I first started. The problem is Prusa Slicer is free. And Cura is free. Now, how can they afford to make it free? Well, because it's open source, so they don't have to buy it. And they can afford to pay somebody to modify the software because their income doesn't come from selling Cura or Prusa Slicer. Prusa makes their money selling printers. Ultimaker, those are the people who are updating Cura. Ultimaker makes their money selling printers. Well, what does Simplify 3D sell? They sell Simplify 3D. So the only way Simplify 3D can make money is by selling Simplify 3D. They can't offer it for free because they don't have a side business selling printers to support it. Okay? Their business is Simplify 3D. Now you want to make updates. Well, the problem is everybody wants free updates, but those software engineers need to be paid to make those updates. You can't just tell your engineers, oh, sorry, you're going to have to starve and your family's going to have to lose their home because we can't afford to pay you. Okay? Now, as long as people are continuing to buy copies of Simplify 3D, you can afford to give away free updates. That works. As long as the new sales of Simplify 3D bring in enough revenue to pay for the expenses of the company. What happens when it slows down? Well, updates have to slow down because without sales of new software, I can't pay the developers. And if I can't pay the developers, I can't update the software. It can't be $20. You can't fucking hire developers to make software this advanced for $20. 3D printing isn't big enough. Okay? You can make a... Where the hell did the phone go? Where did my phone go? Right in front of my face. If it was a rattlesnake, I'd be dead. Okay? No, they won't sell way more by volume because the market's saturated. Okay? You're thinking the cell phone app mentality. Okay? That doesn't work. Especially when it's advanced software and not simple software like a video game. Okay? Or simple video game. Most cell phone video games are simple video games. Right? When you can afford... Hey, somebody sent me money. Aaron Chadwick, $10 on PayPal. You rock, Aaron. Thank you very much. Okay? When I make a cheap game on this cell phone, I can afford to sell the game for 99 cents because the market that this phone occupies is hundreds of millions of users. Hundreds of millions. If I can get 1% of 1% of those users to buy my game for 99 cents, and because it's 99 cents, it's an impulse buy. I don't got to think about it. Okay? They can't do it for 20. They can't. I don't know how they're doing it for 150. I don't know how. I think they rode that wave of if 3D printing were a continuously expanding market that did not have two hardware giants supporting the software, they can't do it. There's not enough market. Ultimaker and Prusa are going to take away too much of the purchasing market. And even if Ultimaker and Prusa weren't there, I don't think the 3D printing community is large enough to support a cheap one-time purchase, no cost to upgrade software package. When printers were $2,500, $3,000, $5,000, and it was growing like gangbusters, a person would drop $150 on good software without hesitation But now the market is mature. It's saturated. Almost everybody who wants Simplified 3D has it. And the expansion of the market is people buying $200 printers, where it's a lot harder to swallow a $150 software purchase. It's a lot harder to say, hey, you just spent $165 on a printer, now spend $150 on a piece of software. People are going to be like, fuck no! I'll take the free software, even if it sucks. Okay? Where is my towel? Hang on, right back. I think I'm going about explaining this wrong because I'm not super familiar with the lingo of the subject matter, but I think I have a way of explaining it. So, you have a widget, okay? You want to sell that widget. How do you price that widget, okay? But see, that furthers the demise of the software. When they can't sell enough software to pay their developers, the company goes away and you lose the product. It stops getting supported. So how do you know how much to charge for a product? Okay. The product is priced based on the desire of the market to buy the product. Okay. If you lower the price of the product, more people will buy it. If you increase the price of the product, less people will buy it. Which one's more profitable? Ah, that's a trick question. You don't know. So let's say this object is $10, okay? And I have 10 people willing to buy it. So 10 people times $10 is $100, okay? Let's call it, to keep it simple, let's call that $10 profit, okay? So $10 profit, 10 people buy it, I make $100, okay? Now, let's say I increase the price by $15, okay? Or increase the price to $15. And 2 fewer people buy my product. So now only 8 people buy the product. You're saying you lost $20 or $30. You lost money. That's not necessarily true. Because if I have 10 sales at $10, I got $100 in profit. That's not working. This should be a blank back. Yes, that's a blank back. And I cut this, of course. So if I have 10 sales at $10, I make $100. If I have 8 sales at $15, how much do I get? What's 8 times 15? What's that? 30? That's 120. So I lost 2 sales, but I made $20 more money, which means $10 was too low. I was leaving profit sitting on the table. Okay. Now let's say you're saying, well, make up for it with volume. So let's lower the price to $5. Okay. But my sales only go up. Let's say my sales double. Okay. My sales double to 20 people. You're saying, hey, you're making more money. No, you're not. It's still $100. So I'm better off selling it for $15 because I only lost 2 sales, but I still made more money. So the sweet spot for this is $15, not 10, not 5. You're actually better off raising the price, all right? The same thing is going to happen here. Now, the way this works, okay, is I sell. How do you sell a game for 99 cents? How do you do that? Well, you make it up with volume, okay? This, how many, let's find out. How many Android users exist? No. How many Android users exist?
2.5 billion.
There are 2.5 billion
Here are some results.
Android users. 2.5 billion people who have one of these devices and they want to run a game on it. Okay? If I could get 1% of 1%, so that's 0.1%. 0.1% of 2.5 billion.
The answer is 25 million.
Wait a minute, divide by 10, 100. That is 250,000 users. So if I sell that software for $1, that's $250,000. That's $250,000 for a game that probably cost me $5,000 to make. Okay? Even a complex game where I might have spent $50,000 in development producing it. If I can get 1% of 1% of the user base to buy that game, that's $250,000. That's $170,000 after Google takes their cut. Okay? Well, there isn't 2.5 million 3D print users out there. And you can't do it for 99 cents. I won't do a subscription. They would lose me as a customer immediately if they did a subscription-based model. I don't rent software. I buy it. I either own it or I don't want it. I don't do rent. No, Robbie Mack, you're dead wrong. Because in their original model, this didn't exist. In their original model, the cheapest you could buy a 3D printer was $2,000. You could not, matter of fact, $2,500. What? I don't understand what that means, Drone Shots. What they're going to have to do, and I don't even know if this will work, because there might not be enough users for this to even work. What I think they need to do is to do major versus iterative updates. So each major revision will have an upgrade fee attached to it. Any iterative updates in between the major updates would be free. That's what they should do. And now, go back when Simplify 3D was created, where a MakerBot with a little tiny build plate, this was before the MakerBot Mini, where the cheapest printer you could buy was $2,000, $2,500, and maybe $1,500 for a kit. So, how many 3D printer users are out there? And remember, the 2.5 billion Android users are continuous users. They don't join and then leave. They don't buy a 3D printer and then 2 months later decide, I don't want to deal with 3D printing anymore. It's not my thing. How do you think I got 9 of these for $70 each? From people who decided, I don't want 3D printing, and sent it back. Okay? So you have a more stagnant, more finite user base. So you have to charge a higher price because your developer costs don't get cheaper because your market is cheaper. Your software engineer is still going to cost you, $70,000 a year each. That does not change just because Creality started making $200 3D printers. Okay? Okay. Now, the problem that they're having is they need to charge for an update. If they tried to do V5 for free, it would kill the company. Okay? The problem is, can they even make V5? I don't know. I don't know if we're ever going to see Simplify 3D version 5. We might not. I don't know what their finances look like. I don't know how many people they have on payroll. I don't know what their corporate burden looks like. If Simplified 3D is just a couple of guys working out of a garage, they might be able to swing a V5. If they're an actual company paying taxes and rent and stuff like that, I don't know. I just don't. It's just that's very possible. They might not have enough money to pay good devs. So that could be very well the problem. I know if they make a V5, I'll buy it like that and hope it's good enough that if the company dies, I can still use it for many, many years to come. S3D is between a rock and a hard place. They're up against Goliath companies that are able to release their slicers for free. All right? I mean, Prusa Slicer is free, open source, slick FreeR. And Prusa is putting a lot of monetary energy into updating Prusa Slicer. And they can afford to do it because they sell printers. Ultimaker is a corporation that makes a lot of money. And they can afford to put developers into Cura without having to get a return. Because they don't have to get a return. They get it when they sell the printer. Simplify 3D only has Simplify 3D. The only way they can make money is to sell Simplify 3D. They don't have printers they can sell to offset the free development of Simplify 3D. So, well, that's not supply and demand, Robbie Mac. People don't pay more for Nike shirts because of supply and demand and value to the customers. People pay more for Nike shirts because of brand loyalty. That's a completely different animal. That's like having fans. Bruce Springsteen has fans. That's the Nike thing. When you buy Nike, you're buying into the fandom. You're buying into the swoosh. How many of us buy a car and debrand it? But you buy Nike with a giant Nike logo on it because you want to announce to the world, I'm wearing a Nike shirt. I'm wearing a pair of Nikes. That's brand loyalty. That's a different kind of thing. Simplify 3D started off function. They just, actually, I can bring this over here. There we go. Trying to get it in position here. So, elitist. Well, that elitism comes as a result of brand loyalty. Elitism is brand loyalty taken to an extreme. Okay, that's not being elitist. Elitist is brand loyal is just people who are brand loyal. Elitism is when you take that loyalty to a unhealthy extreme. That's elitism. That's when you see assholes in forums online talking down to newbies because they think they're better than them. That's elitism. They're just dickheads. But I hope Simplify 3D can survive to V5, and I hope V5 comes out with a bang, because I'm going to get it no matter what if it comes out, because I like Simplify 3D. But I can tell you this, if V5 isn't very, very impressive, it could end the company. And that's kind of not fair, because I mean, it's life. It is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it. But it kind of sucks for them. If it's bad, they're done. They're screwed. It can't even just be good. If it's a good upgrade, it could kill the company. Yep, exactly, Robbie Mack. But it's only passive income if you have a continuously growing market. And it's an even market. The problem is 3D slicers became an uneven market that's also not growing as fast. Well, the market that buys $2,000 printers is not growing as fast. You have a lot more people buying $200 printers than you do $2,000 printers. I actually worry about companies like G-Create and whether or not they can compete and stay relevant into the future, because I like them. I know those people. I want them to survive and succeed. I don't know if they can. As these printers get better and better, it's going to get harder and harder. I don't know who you are. Yes, that's because that I believe that's a Simplified 3D thing. I think that's something Simplified 3D does, where it encodes enough data. Yeah, I can actually show you. So let's say I slice this. Let's save it. Let's save it to desktop. Cat bowl. Open with Notepad. So you have here's the G code. Okay, so the G code starts right here. Okay, so what the hell is all this? What is all this crap here? Well, this is why you're able to extract a profile from it. These are all the settings used in Simplified 3D, so that Simplified 3D can look at this model and say, yep, I made this, and I know how it was made. That's how. I'm 99% certain this right here is exactly how that works. I personally think Simplified 3D is worth it, but that is very likely down to the fact that I am familiar with it. That Simplified 3D works so well for me because I know how to use it. So I am familiar with the software, so I'm going to have a pretty heavy bias. When I go to use something like Cura or Prusa Slicer, I don't get very good results, but that's probably not because they're a bad slicer. That's probably mostly because I don't know how to use them. If I were to spend the next 6 months using Prusa Slicer, I could probably get as nicer results. Yeah, I think they're going to die out too. There's probably better videos online than that. If you want to do a live stream where we just play around in Simplify 3D and we try to figure out how to do whatever you guys want to figure out, I'll gladly do that. I don't mind. Not only does S3D have more overhead, but they don't have... What the hell is that? Oh, I clicked something in OBS and I need to make sure I don't mess that up. Okay, there's two ways to sell software. You sell it for what it costs to make it, or you sell it by volume. And then you have in the middle. Okay? If you sell it for what it costs to make it, is this. All right? I take what it costs to make this, I add my profit to it, and that's the price of the product. Well, if you tried to price Simplify 3D like that, it'd be $2,000 a copy. Okay? How many of you are going to pay $2,000 for Simplify 3D? That's what it costs. Okay, you want Simplify 3D at priced like a widget? It's $2,000 a copy. Now, the other way to pay for software is by volume. You assume you're going to have enough volume to profit from it. That's the Candy Crush model. Okay, the Candy Crush model, or the 99-cent app model, is you have so many users that even a fraction of a percent of them buying your software is more than enough. If you get 1% of 1% of 1%, you can afford to sell a 99-cent game. If it cost you $1,000 to make the game and you make $10,000, you made a hell of a profit, didn't you? Okay. Now, this user base is so goddamn big that you can actually take that volume model one step further. Instead of selling it for 99 cents, figuring a fraction of a percent will pay you and you'll make profit, you give the software away for free. And then you have an in-game expense that people get addicted to when they want to do something in the game. So basically the game is intentionally handicapped. And you can overcome that handicap if you pay us 99 cents. And then you do it again next week. And you do it again next week. And you do it again next week. Yes, I spent a couple $100 in Battle Pirates. So, because this is so big, they can do that. They can get a whole bunch of people to download that expensively produced game, and because a fraction of a percent of those people are going to pay that 99 cents every couple of days, you make money. But we don't have 2.5 billion 3D print users, and there's no way to do an in-app purchase. What do? Oh, if you want to slice this file in 10 seconds instead of an hour, you got to pay us a nickel. How well would that work? It doesn't. It's a different kind of model. It doesn't work. Okay, but you also can't sell the software for $2,000 because no one's going to be able to afford it. Okay, 3D printing isn't big enough. The big boys in 3D printing who could afford $2,000 probably have their own slicer from the manufacturer of their printer. So, Stratasys probably has their own slicer that goes with their Stratasys printers. I don't know if that's the case, but it might be. So, the option you have is to pay $40,000 for Stratasys, or you spend $2,000 to buy a consumer printer and you use a free slicer that sucks. So this company figured out, okay, this software, we need to sell it for $2,000 a piece, but nobody's going to buy it for that. But there's enough users coming into the market paying $2,000 for a printer that we can sell it for $150, and it's small fries compared to their $2,000 printer, and our software is so much better than everybody else that they'll willingly pay it once people figure out how good this software is. That worked. That's a middle ground. So you're not doing volume, and you're not doing what it actually costs. You're doing a lower price, hoping for a little bit of volume to make up for the actual price of the software. That works when you have a high delta, $2,000 printer, $150 software, and that market is growing. That works. Annual maintenance fee I would be okay with, as long as if I didn't pay it, my software continued to work at the version it is. Meaning basically I'm buying a new version every year. I'm okay with that, but I will not do a subscription base. Photoshop, if you stop paying, you lose the software. I won't do that. I will not rent software. If that means the company goes under, that means the company goes under. I will not rent software. Maintenance for paying upgrade fees every year? Fine. Well, there's pirated copies. If they went out of business, there would be clean pirated copies very quickly. Let's hope they don't go out of business, though. So, now you have this software that you're selling at a fraction of its retail price on volume. And all of a sudden, bam! $400 3D printer. So now you have a $400 3D printer And then a year later, you have a $200 3D printer. I do believe this was the first decent quality consumer printer for $200. I believe it was one of the first. Now you have a big problem. You're selling the software for $1,800 less than it costs you to make it. Monthly filament subscription sites. Yes, you have the UFO box. You have the Maker box. Links for those down below. I get $5 off my monthly fee if you guys buy that. Then you also have Filament One. They actually have a subscription where you can get a little box with samples like this, or they have a big one where you get 2 whole rolls of filament every month, which is pretty cool. And then, is there any more? I thought there was a third one. I think Protopasta might have some sort of a subscription thing for samples, maybe? I thought they did. So Protopasta, check them out. Does anybody know of any other filament subscriptions? So now, combine cheap printers, where people don't want to spend $150 to get $2,000 software. Combine that with now you have 2 very large corporations dumping money into open source free slicers, bringing those slicers up to the level of Simplified 3D, which is hurting Simplified 3D's sales. But without those continuing sales, they can't pay developers to make the software. So Simplified 3D is stuck in a rock and a hard place. And that's not survival of the fittest. That's survival of the richest. That's very different. All right? Survival of the fittest is you have the same playing field for both parties, and whichever party does a better job wins. Survival of the fittest. Here, you have a very uneven playing field, because Prusa Slicer is being updated by Prusa, who can afford to dump tens of thousands of dollars of R&D into Prusa without having to get a return on profit, because their profit comes from their printers. You have a giant corporation, Ultimaker, who can afford to put tens of thousands of dollars into R&D to update free software because they don't have to sell software. They make it from their printers. That's not survival of the fittest. That's survival of the wealthiest. Yeah, Logan. I'm live right now, so what's up? How come? Okay. I'm pretty sure I do, but I'll send it to you. Okay. Bye. That's not survival of the fittest. That's survival of the richest. Okay? He who has more money wins. Well, not only are they taking Simplify 3D's money away from them, but they don't have to earn it back. And, yeah, well. Open source usually ends up better in the long run, but open source also has limited innovation. I mean, let's be real. Before Prusa, Slick 3R sucked. Okay? Before Ultimaker, Cura sucked. All right? Who would have used how many used Cura before Ultimaker? You dealt with it because you had to, because you didn't want to pay for Simplify 3D. Okay? So they open source in that regard. When you get as complex as this, as complex as a slicer, open source is relegated to the excess time some developer has to work on it for free. The Ender 2, okay, I guess that we should explain this. Why is the Ender 2 so good? Well, first, you have a minimum quality control point here. Okay? You know, the extrusions are good, the kinematics are good, the quality of the components is good. They're not great, but they're good. Well, see, there's the problem. Competition causes innovation, but once you take control of the market, you stop innovating because it's cheaper. You can coast. That's what Microsoft did. So this is basically an Ender 3. I'm willing to bet I can take these parts and put them right. In fact, I know I can. I can take these parts and swap them with parts on an Ender 3 or a CR10 or S4 or an S5 or Ender, not an Ender 5. That's completely different. But these are all the same parts that are on an Ender 3. So why does this print so much better? Because it's smaller. Okay. All noise, assuming your components meet a certain quality threshold. If you have shitty components, you're going to run into other quality issues. But let's assume you've reached that basement point where your component quality isn't a problem anymore. Once you reach the point of component quality not being a problem anymore, this printer is better because it's smaller. Because it's smaller, it's lower mass. It's not slinging. The bed weighs almost nothing. I mean, the piece of glass on your Ender 3 weighs 4 or 5 times more than this entire bed. Sticker, metal, wheels, carriage, belt, everything. Your glass bed weighs 4 or 5 times more. Okay? An object in motion remains in motion until acted upon by an external force. That's inertia. Once something is moving, it doesn't want to stop moving. Once something is stopped moving, it doesn't want to start moving. You have to apply force to it to make it start and to make it stop. And when you change directions, that is a stop and then a start. It looks fluid to us, but mathematically it's a stop and then a start, both of which require you to overcome inertia to make that happen. An object is going to resist that. That's what inertia is. It's resistant to change in motion. You can feel this in your car. If you're driving down the highway at 60 miles an hour and you take a relatively tight turn, what happens to you? Well, you get pushed to this side of the car. Well, that's not true. You're not being pushed to this side of the car. That's what it feels like to you because it's a relativity thing. Okay? The reality is, when you're going down the road, so you have your car and you have you in the car. Okay? When you make a left-hand turn, the car, and you actually, but the car can't because it's attached to the road. The car goes left. You want to keep going straight. So the difference in force between the inertia wanting you to keep going straight and the car turning left is that feeling you get as you're being pushed to the side. So the car is actually pushing against you because your body just wants to keep going straight. You can actually see this. This is actually another mathematical concept you can have fun with. All right? Take something like this, okay? Now spin it. What happens when you let go? Well, think of this as going in a straight line and it's being continuously pushed away from that straight line. This is where tangents come from. Wherever you release this, draw a circle that this is following. Draw a tangent to that circle. And that's the direction this is going to go when you release it. So when I release it here, what direction does it go? Not that way, because it's going this way. If I want it to go that way, I got to release it up here. So if you draw a circle and you're spinning an object, around in a circle, and you want that object to go straight out like this, you have to release it wherever the tangent is between the circle it's spinning in and the straight line direction you want it to go. So as you spin this, you have to release it when it's right here, because at that moment in time, it's going this way. And when you release it, you stop applying that force, it's going to keep on going the direction it's already going. Well, the same thing happens in a 3D printer. When you are printing something and you have that head on the 3D printer and you tell that head, go this way, it resists. It doesn't want to because it has inertia. So you have to apply force to overcome that and make that head start moving. And then you tell that head, change directions. Make that, it's like a light cycle. Remember Tron and the light cycles, and you go doom, doom. Well, you're telling your printer to make a light cycle turn. You're telling your printer, when you draw a box, when you try to draw a square like this, right? You're telling your printer to act like a Tron light cycle and make that boom, 90-degree turn. The problem is it can't do that because that's not how reality works. Electronics can do that because it's just software. Tron, you're software. You know, the driver is the user and you're a program. You're software. So they can do those 90-degree turns because they don't have inertia. Right? Your print head has inertia. So when your print head attempts to turn and do that, make that 90-degree turn, your print head wants to keep going this way. But you're telling it to go this way. So you end up with a force vector component that's going to be somewhere in the middle. You're going this way, you tell it to go this way, you end up somewhere here. But it can't because it's physically constrained by the kinematics of the printer. But it wants to. And this isn't 100% rigid. There's give. I can grab these parts and I can bend them and tweak them a little bit. Well, when you try to make that 90-degree turn, what literally happens is your part goes, and then those forces get damped out and it continues making a line. Okay? And you tell it to make another 90-degree turn. And it makes that 90-degree turn. That is literally what ghosting is. When you print that benchy, and you have that benchy printed with that manhole cover in the front, and you get that little ghosting effect after the manhole cover over here, okay? And you get that little ghosting effect, that is literally your print head vibrating because it had inertia and you told it to harshly change direction and it didn't want to because it wanted to keep going the other direction. And so that head vibrated in resistance of those two forces, like you being bounced against the side of your car. Turn left, and then you come back to straight. Turn right, and you go, and then you come back to straight. Well, that force of you going and coming back to straight, that's your print head wobbling. That's ghosting. Okay? Now, ringing is where you go to make a left-hand turn and you drift. You skid out a little bit. Okay? You lose a little bit of traction. Your car goes, and then you make your turn. That's ringing. Okay? That's ringing. And that little image, that little vibration, you see that ghosting, is the vibration from the inertial change of taking a mass and changing direction. Well, think about that for a minute. The more mass you have, the more of inertia you're going to have, and the more that component is going to resist when you tell it to change directions. And the same thing with the ringing. The easier it's going to be for your car to drift and lose traction when you make that turn, the more massive it is. Well, this printer has an advantage where this weighs very little, this arm weighs very little, and this bed weighs very little, which means you get very little ghosting and very little ringing. It also means the printer in general has less inertia. Hello, El Moriarty. Yeah, it's Fast and Furious, Ender Drift. It's racing cars is literally a great way of understanding how this works. And you can actually, there is a way to see that. How do I show that? This is a great way of seeing it. Okay? So think of that as my print head. Now what happens if I move it? See how it continues to vibrate? After I move it, and it vibrates. Okay? So that's changing direction. Change direction. Change direction. Change direction. Okay? This is just an exaggerated version of exactly what this print head is doing. You can actually see this if you want. While your printer's printing a long straight line, just do this. Just start tapping on the printer. Not enough to move anything, just tap on the printer. All right? If you can do that, do it like with the calibration cube in Vase mode. Okay? So, because you're going to have to do that for like a minute. Now look at the print when you're done. You're actually going to see a little dimple in the print wall at each point where you tapped it, because you made that thing do this every time you told it to change directions. Now it's only doing it on a micro scale because these parts are metal, so they don't vibrate like this, but they do vibrate like this. If you were to slow that, to you that looks like I just plucked it. But if you were to slow that down at high speed, it would look like this. This printer prints so well because it has low inertia. It has low inertia because it has low mass. Okay? That's also why the ringing will be worse on one direction than the other. Because, for example, an Ender 3 has the same head mass as an Ender 2. Well, close. It has a fan on the side here. But that's not much mass. Because it's the same head design. But that bed is a whole lot heavier. Adjust the kitty camera. Well, it's mostly me blocking the kitty camera. Hey, you got a good yawn out of him. Oh, you mean this one? CR8. I'm not familiar with that. KKP3D coming in with the 50 Canadian dollars on YouTube. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. Well, I'm hoping that eventually, if I explain this enough times on a stream, that I'll be able to get it clear enough in my head to be able to make a short little video that explains this. Because the problem is not knowledge. This is why I respect teachers so much. The problem isn't knowledge. The problem is translating that knowledge into speech in such a way that when that speech goes into another person's brain and gets translated into knowledge, that it's the same. You lose a lot during those translations. And the sign of a good teacher is a teacher who's capable of translating it in such a way that it gets into the head of the other person. But here's the other trick of teaching. Do it in less than an hour. I could do a great job of getting that knowledge into your head, and it would be a 45-minute long video that most people aren't going to watch because they don't want to sit there for 45 minutes. So I've got to try to get it under 12 minutes. Not expressing, translating. You need to translate it into a digestible package. Now, there's two ways to do that. You could do that with time, like we're doing here. You know, if I explain it with enough examples and I explain it with enough details, eventually you are going to build a picture in your brain that goes, click, I get it, I understand it. But the trick with YouTube is being able to do that same thing, but package it in a small enough package that it makes sense for other people. Well, it's kind of both, Matt. What China listens to is results. I give them results, so they kind of sort of listen to me. As long as they get results, they listen to a point. Yes, we got the walls up. We got 3 of the walls up. And once we get the 4th wall up, we're actually changing the way we're doing the 4th wall. Correct, because that don't cost anything except a couple printers. So, yeah, it is what it is. I know they're taking advantage of me to a point, and eventually they're not going to need me anymore, when their printers get good enough, they won't need my advice anymore. So I have to make sure that I can move on to another way of making money when that happens, because it will happen eventually. In fact, I predict it's going to happen within 2 years. And that printer costs them almost nothing. You know, when they sell this printer for $200, it probably costs them $50 to make it. That's not killing innovation. I think these cheap printers will improve innovation. The more people who have access to these printers and where they actually work, the more innovation you're going to see. Because you're going to eventually put one of these printers in front of somebody who's going to come up with an idea that they wouldn't have come up with before because they wouldn't have had a printer. So that happens a lot too. The gel would not... see, the problem is you need it as rigid as possible. You don't need to... We're already at a quality point where the vibrations aren't a problem. The problem is the inertia. Now, you can make this printer more resistant to inertia, but then it's a $2,000 printer and not a... or a $1,500 printer and not a $200 printer. Because the machining you would need to gain that extra rigidity without adding noise, that's what Creatos does. If you look up Creatos, look at how much engineering is in that printer he makes. Well, that's what's required if you want to go high speed without the inertia being a problem. You basically need to make the machine more and more and more rigid. They could eventually get there in China, but you have to remember that, like businesses here, their objective is to make a profit. And if there isn't a compelling reason to do that, they won't. I haven't used enough of the King Rune. It's worse in one regard, that the quality control is not as good. It's also got a smaller print volume. This is technically capable of printing 180 by 160 by 225. If you adjust everything correctly, you can get a build volume that large. No, Pygar. I believe Anycubic has a large mono resin printer coming out as well. Did I see your note? What did you think about remote? Oh yeah, I did. Guys, remember, even the channel as small as mine, the chat can get pretty busy, especially if I'm talking. So if I don't reply to your comment, that doesn't mean I'm ignoring you. It just means I didn't see it. I do actually remember glancing at his comment. Don't hesitate to, after a couple of minutes, if I haven't replied, post it again. Don't hesitate to do that. It's not offensive. It's not weird. It just means I didn't see it. So go ahead and post it again. I can't scroll back. I can, but now I'm missing all the new stuff. So I prefer not to do scrolling like that. So don't hesitate to, give it a minute. If I haven't replied to it, ask it again. Now, one of the reasons the print head on this printer is so light is because they've taken all of this mass right here, which is actually probably 2 times as heavy as this entire head, and they've moved it to a portion that doesn't move. That's what a Bowden setup does. The whole point of a Bowden setup is to separate this piece from this piece so that you're carrying less mass here. And that allows you to have a lighter head without increasing cost. Because otherwise you'd have to engineer all of this to be stiffer and to be more rigid, and that costs money. So they can save a lot of money by simply removing the mass from here and putting it over there. Now, the Zesty Nimble, that's a compromise to get around a problem, and we're going to get to that in a minute. Now, the problem with a Bowden is that, like any object, you're taking something like this, okay, and you're pushing it. Now, you might look at a piece of filament and think, well, filament is rigid. So what's the problem? Who cares if you push it? It's like pushing the end of a 2x4. Well, the problem is filament isn't rigid. It's flexible. Okay, even hard PLA is flexible. And unless the tube, the Bowden tube, you're pushing it through is absolutely a skin-tight fit, you're exactly what I was about to describe. You're pushing a rope. Now, what happens when you push a rope? The rope bends. Okay? Well, that happens inside your Bowden tube. I need to keep a stack of paper next to me here so I can draw this stuff out. Actually, because I never have enough paper. So you have a Bowden tube, and you have a piece of filament inside that Bowden tube. Well, the problem is there's a gap between the two. The Creatos is amazing. I would kill to have one of those. So what happens is, now this is exaggerated, okay? I'm exaggerating it so you understand what I'm talking about. When you push the end of your filament does this inside the tube. That is literally what PLA does inside this tube. That's an exaggeration. It doesn't do it. The frequency is not that high, but probably 2 of those along the length of this tube. Now, you are taking a solid plastic and you are turning it into a liquid, a semi-liquid, a viscous liquid. So you're pushing it out the extruder and melting it, but now you need to move from here to here, and you don't want all this goop all over your model. So what you do is you retract to stop extruding plastic. Now, retraction, all that does is relieve the pressure. It doesn't actually pull the plastic out of your nozzle. You can't do that. It's a liquid. It's just going to stretch and change shape. Okay? But what you're doing is you're not applying the pressure anymore. It's like turning off a garden hose. If you're spraying a garden hose and someone goes to the spigot and goes chick, 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 and turns it off, well, your garden hose doesn't just turn off. It goes and then it turns off. Right? It's relieving that pressure that's inside there. That's what you're doing when you retract. You're not pulling the filament back, the nozzle filament. You're retracting the hard filament to stop applying pressure, pushing the filament out. That's why you get a zip. Now, with a direct drive, the distance between the nozzle and the gear drive that's doing the pushing is about that much. Okay? So here's your nozzle, and your gear drive would be right about here. So you're only compressing that much filament. Well, it's not going to do a whole lot of compressing. Okay? Even a steel rod, if you make it long enough, you can bend it. Okay? It becomes flexible if you make it long enough. You can actually, matter of fact, let me see if I can find it. This will blow your mind. Flexing cargo ship. Yeah, you're going to love this. This is great. So here we have this video. Now this is a cargo ship. It's made of solid steel. Okay? These things don't flex. If you were to push on it, you would just break your hand. Okay? So here's the ship on the seas. Solid steel. Now look at the inside of the ship. Look at the length. Look how it's distorting and changing shape. And this is solid steel. Look how much it's look at the end, how much it's changing shape. That solid steel, look at this. Look at the end of that all. That's not made of rubber, guys. That's solid steel. Like, ouch, punch it, steel. Okay? Look how much it's moving. Let me give you a link to this if you want to see this. Okay, that's because it's so big and force is being applied to it, so it gives a bit. Well, the same thing, yeah, it might break. Or at least be stressed pretty badly and eventually break. Well, the same thing happens with this. It may look solid, it's 6 straight up, but I can bend it. All right? Now, here's the problem. You might be thinking, okay, no big deal. Why don't we just make the Bowden tube so tight that it can't, you can push the rope through. It can't flex. Well, the problem is, now you can't push it through. It's too tight. You can't engineer this plastic and this plastic to tight enough tolerances. Well, if it got stressed, it might eventually break. It's like it's actually just like how I broke the wrench. I bent it, it didn't break, but I kept bending it and bending it and bending it and bending it, and eventually that metal stressed and it broke. And that's what might happen to your ship. They've actually had airplanes fail like that. Stress fracture, it's called. And then, so there has to be some give between the filament and the PTFE tube, because otherwise you're going to have resistance. That's all right, Colin. Welcome. You're going to have resistance, and then you're also going to have increased force, and you have to deal with those things. So by having a tolerance, we take care of that. But when you have a tolerance, no matter how good it is, eventually, if you make this tube long enough, you're going to have that play inside there that looks just like that. And that play is why a Bowden printer needs 4 to 7 millimeters of retraction, and a direct drive printer only needs 1.5 millimeters of retraction. Because one is flexing this much filament, while the other one is flexing this much filament. Okay, so you take this little piece here, and it's pretty solid. It feels pretty stiff. I can still move it, but it's pretty stiff. As I make that longer, it gets more and more floppy the longer I make it. This applies to everything, up to and including solid steel. Well, that's usually because those micro cracks are a flaw in the design. There are things they can do to engineer around those micro cracks, and that's why those planes have to be taken out of service and repaired. Fatigue fracture, yes. So we could put a direct drive on this, but now you lose the mass advantage. Now you have all that heavy mass. That motor and this feeder unit probably weighs twice as much as what this head does. So you're going to basically have 300% mass increase right here. So instead of having, these numbers aren't accurate. I'm just going to throw them out of my ass. So instead of having 20 grams here or 100 grams here, you'll have 300 grams here. And that's 3 times the amount of inertia. I thought all ships have a keel. It might not be sailboat keel, but there is a piece of the ship called a keel, is there not? I have to put the cat toy back. My cats love playing with this. He's such a good cat. I mean, even my little fiberglass runabout, the little power boat I had, a piece of wood down the middle and a shape in the fiberglass that was the keel. Well, I guess, technically a canoe doesn't have a keel. It's just lighting. So if I were to correct the lighting for you. There we go. Now I'm making the front in shadow instead of the back in shadow. See there, the front's in light and the back is dark. Now the back is light and the front is dark. It's a shiny filament, so it does weird things like that. So switch this back to this. So the reason this printer prints so well is because it has very low mass. And by having very low mass, it has very low inertia. I mean, even the bed components are reduced. There's only 3 bolts, 3 springs, and 3 knobs. So that's 1 knob, bolt, and spring less. And even the bed itself is only this big instead of the full size of the plate, so the bed's even lighter. So it's not even a scaled down version of Ender 3. It's a skinned down version, which makes it even lighter. So I have a very low mass on both X and Y on this printer. And the result of that is you get stupidly clean prints. Also, low mass compensates for micro defects. So micro defects would be anything that would cause this wheel to bump, or a slight defect in this rail that would cause your print to have a little tiny dimple in it. There's less of that here, so there's less chance of those defects occurring. And because I have lower mass, any of those defects that do exist have a smaller impact on the final print. So the end result is, it's not so much that the printer's more accurate, it's that the layers line up so perfectly. It's like the difference between looking at a metal surface and looking at a smooth, polished metal surface. It's something that you subconsciously notice when you're looking at it and you go, my God, that's a good print. That you just don't notice until you see 2 of them next to each other. And this printer gives you that. So when I get a print off of this printer, it's so freaking clean. It's just so close to perfect. You see each layer just line up so crisply again and again and again with no deviation, no dimples, and that cumulative effect just has a remarkable impact on the final print quality. And as you get larger, you can't really do that because you're adding mass. Now, so now you know why this gets better print quality, and now you know why it has a Bowden tube, and you know about the problems with a Bowden tube. Well, the Zesty Nimble tries to get around that problem. So what it does is it has a very low slop spline drive. I don't know what you call that. What do you call that? That spline drive that is in the tube. I don't know what you call it. Shaft drive. I guess it's a shaft drive. So you keep the stepper motor here, but you have a very small, lightweight gear unit here. So basically you take this whole thing and you put it back here, except for the stepper motor. You leave the stepper motor back there, and you attach the shaft drive here instead. So you're adding this mass back to your hot end minus the stepper. And the stepper is 95% of the mass. And so it's a remote direct drive. And that's how they're doing that. Well, I guess a raft doesn't have a keel, like an inflatable raft. But then again, you see why. What happens? It's floppy. I don't know, but we're going to find out because I have one. I'm thinking about putting it on my Ender 5 so I can have the advantage of a non-moving bed and the advantage of a direct drive without the mass of a direct drive. And because the head doesn't move, I don't have to worry about the length of the shaft drive. because the bed moves instead. We are 2 hours in, and we are at about 2/3, so it'll be done in less than an hour. Good. And I think I know where it's at, too. I think it's in the third container, about 10 foot in, sitting on top of my crates. Oh, I love it when we hit turbulence on the 747 going down to Florida for spring break and, you know, class trip. And I freaked the kid out next to me. He says, "Look how much the wing's moving. You think it's going to break?" He was not happy with me. Well, the question is, it's a compromise. You're adding new resistance that wasn't there before. You're adding different slop that wasn't there before, but you're keeping the primary mass off the hot end. So you're going to end up somewhere in between direct drive and Bowden. It's not going to be as good as direct drive. It's not going to be as good as a Bowden. You know, and it's also going to have some of the flaws of a direct drive and some of the flaws of a Bowden. The question is, does that compromise end you up closer to good or closer to bad? That will determine whether it's worth the price. Yes, I have one, so we're going to test it. Like I said, I'm probably going to put it on an Ender 5. So the question is, are the positives greater than the negatives? And that'll be the thing. Direct drive is, okay, this is the extruder. That's not the extruder. This is the extruder, okay? The extruder is from here, where the filament comes in, all the way to here, where the filament comes out. That's your extruder, okay? This is called the hot end. This is called the feeder. The feeder feeds the hot end. Now, in the past, this was more understandable because in the past, these were all together. Hang on, I'm going to probably show you a picture. 1 Hal, V2, hot end. I can show you this. It'll make it a lot clearer for you. Just looking for a good, clean picture. Here we go. That's a good picture. So, this is your extruder. Your filament comes in here. This is your gear drive. That's your little lever right there. That's your cooling fan for your hot end. The cold side. It feeds through the gears, right through the hot end, and out the nozzle. A Bowden system takes this piece and splits them in two. And when you split them in two, you get this. This half of the extruder and this half of the extruder separated by a tube. Right? The reason is you want to reduce mass here. Now, that also allows you to build this out of cheaper components. That's another advantage, because you don't need this to be as strong because it's not carrying as much mass. So you can make this lighter, weaker, which is cheaper. Now, the feeder is your stepper motor and your gears. The hot end has a cold side and a hot side. The cold side needs to be kept cold so that it's only liquid at the tip, as close to the tip as possible, because if you go liquid too high up, you start squishing, and then you start jamming. That's called heat creep, when you allow heat to get up. That's what this fan on the end does. So direct drive is the feeder and the hot end together, while Bowden is the feeder and the hot end separated. That's all it is. I don't know, Elmore, actually. I'm going to try it and we're going to find out. No. The hot end is part of the extruder. It's not separate from the extruder. It's part of it. It's like saying, do your tires overlap with your car? No, the tires are part of your car. The hot end is not the extruder. The feeder is not the extruder. They are part of the extruder. The extruder is the combination of these two parts. So these two bits together is the extruder. It just looks different here because they're both attached to each other. Okay, so this here. In fact, let me actually. There's a better way to do this. Hang on. I know how to do this. So I need this. Here we go. I need this picture. Come here. I need that picture. I need to move a picture out of my way. Where'd the other one go? There we go. So, on your Creality printer, what you have is... Can I make that smaller? Yes. You have this piece and this piece. On a direct drive, you have all this. All of this is the same as all this. Right? This fan right here is the fan that sits in front of your hot end. Right? Here's your heater block. Here's your heater block. Here's your heat break. There's your heat break. This heat sink is this heat sink right here. See that black heat sink? That's this piece right here. Okay? The tube going between this and this is this Bowden tube extended. Except it's usually on this one, it's just a piece of metal. Okay? So this gear drive right here is inside here. See this arm and this spring? Oh, there it is. Look, see, there's your spring and there's your arm. And inside, behind all of this, is this exact setup right here. Your idler and your gear drive grabbing the filament that comes in from the top, goes through this cold side. This cold side here is attached to this here piece of metal, which keeps it cool. Okay? And then you got your heat break, and then your hot end and your nozzle. So this is the same as this. This whole system, this whole construct is your extruder. This portion here is the feeder. This portion here is the hot end. Well, this one here takes the hot end and separates it from the feeder by a distance and connects them via this tube. That's a Bowden setup. Direct drive is feeder and hot end together. Bowden is feeder and hot end separated by a tube. The reason you want to separate them is because this stepper motor is so god-awful heavy. So by separating them, I can take the mass of this stepper motor and put it somewhere else. Yeah, as long as the prints fit, it's a superior machine. There it goes. Audio came back, but not video. Yep. I know. We're going to switch to this. Okay, there we go. That camera froze up. I don't know why. I don't think I can fix it without stopping and starting. And stopping and starting would require a reboot of the computer because OBS will crash when I stop it. So this camera's still working okay. And the laptop camera's not working either. That's an OBS thing, USB thing. I tried replugging the USB. That's what got me the audio back, but the video hasn't come back. I wonder if I delete the video, remove, yes, and now add. Oh shit! No, the audio's still there. Yeah, I tried removing it and adding it, but it's still, the camera's still frozen. So the only way I'm going to be able to fix that is a hard reboot. I've never actually had that happen before. That's the first time it's done that, and I don't see a way of fixing it. There it goes. Got it. Hey, I got it back. I deactivated and reactivated, and that brought it back. So now I can put this back here. So unplugging it wasn't enough to fix it. That brought the audio back. But if I right click on the source and go to properties, there's I can show you here. I found this little thing here where I can click deactivate and then reactivate, and that restored the video. So, yay! Yeah, OBS, no matter what, when I close OBS, it crashes, and eventually that will actually cause Windows to hard crash, like blue screen, done, crash, like actual memory dump. So I didn't want to restart my OBS. Hey, you, get back there. So, oh, anyway, because we separated the hot end from the feeder, we stopped treating it like it was a single unit because it was separated to us. And because we called that the hot end, we just called the other part the extruder. It's kind of like calling a tissue a Kleenex or a photocopy a Xerox. It just became the normal word. I got 32 gigabytes of RAM, so I got plenty of RAM. Affordable parts. There are no parts. It's the same parts as an Ender 3. You go on Amazon. Creality 12 volt hot end. There's your hot end, 16 bucks. Okay? It's the same hot end. There's no difference. Same bolt hole, same pieces, same parts, same nozzle, same heater cartridges. It's all the same. You just have to make sure 12 volt versus 24 volt. Now, there are some pieces that are going to be proprietary. So, for example, this control housing, but you can print that. The only part you might have difficulty acquiring would be the bed. The bed is going to be unique to the printer. So if you damage this bed, you might be in trouble. There might not be a whole lot you can do to fix that. But every other part on this printer is a standard part. There's really nothing special about it. This is just 2040 extrusion. This is just 2020 extrusion. These are just right angle brackets. This is the same thing that's on your Ender 3. You can take this whole thing off an Ender 3 and stick it on here. Is it really? They're out of sync? Refresh the page on YouTube. That might take care of the sync issue, the audio sync. Oh, trust me, Firefox will eat up 32 gigs of RAM on its own just fine. As long as it's in sync for somebody, that means it's on your end. If it's out of sync for everybody, then it's on my end. It's a standard 12 volt, 20 amp power supply. And the board is a standard Creality board. Just buy the standard Creality board. That's what's in here. The only difference is the screen is slightly different, but you can put an Ender 3 screen on there. It's fine. It'll work. It'll just be big. But I'm pretty sure this standard board, I'm pretty sure it's just one of these. I don't think there's any tangible difference between them. Well, the SD card's in a different spot on this one, so it might be an older board. Or this one here, the SD card's in the right spot in the USB port right there. So this board right here would work. This one here would work. Yeah, see the older one, CR10S, S4, S5? It's that board right there. So you just need a board for CR10, CR10S, and S4, S5. It's this board right there. That's the nice thing about these Chinese printers is that they've effectively standardized because it's cheaper. So Creality is finally now starting to go slightly proprietary. You know, CR10S Pro, CR10V2 with some slightly different parts. One of the things I like about these older Creality printers is that they're all so dead simple. I mean, I can take a hot end off of a brand new, you know, Ender 3 that you'd buy today, and these holes in this box will still line up, and you can actually bolt it right on here. In theory, matter of fact, maybe I'll try it. It'd be interesting to take Ender 3 electronics and hook it up to this so that it becomes a 24 volt printer. The only question is, can this heat bed run at 24 volts? I don't know. I'll have to check, because sometimes the printers will have like 12 volt, 24 volt connection. I might have to dump it down to 12 volts. I don't know. I don't know how that works. It might be too many watts. And of course, you can put dampers on here to get rid of the noise, even though it's not that noisy. It's also one of the quieter printers you can get. I think it's a CR10S board. I think it's the same board that's in the CR10S. Well, no, of course it doesn't have silent drivers. This came out 5 years ago. Silent drivers came out last year. Well, I understand the noise. When you're sitting next to this thing all day, you don't realize how much the noise might bother you until you have a quiet one. And then you go, oh my God, that's wonderful. The same thing happened with my electric car. The first day I drove my electric car home, it wasn't the electric drive that impressed me. It wasn't the free, no gas that impressed me and low maintenance that impressed me. What impressed me was when I stopped at the toll booth to pay the toll, and I was like, what? I was like, it's so quiet, I can hear the crickets. It was so silent. And then you realize how much the engine noise of a car bothered you, but you just got used to it and you accept it because you can't do anything about it. And then you get in an electric car and you realize it's so quiet. It's wonderful. It's something that it's kind of like you don't miss it until you don't have it. It's that kind of a thing. Like, you can't miss what you've never experienced. Well, you've never experienced a quiet printer, so you don't understand how nice it is until you have one. And then you go, oh my God, I want all my printers to do this. It really is a pretty amazing difference, especially when you have 10 of them going. This, no big deal. This is actually pretty quiet because there's only 2 fans. You got this fan, and you got the fan inside, and I can make both of those silent. Now put 5 of these printers on the table next to you, and yeah, you'll be crying for noise. The bus was very loud. It wasn't as loud as a normal bus because it's a gasoline engine, so it actually wasn't that loud, but yes, the bus was very loud. It was not quiet. Michael, that is an irrational position to hold. And I'm going to explain to you why it's an irrational position. Because if a Lincoln Town Car, a Mercedes, or a Rolls Royce backs up, you're not going to hear them either. My dad's Lincoln Town Car was so quiet, you had to put your hand on the hood to feel the vibration to tell the engine was running. Okay? So those cars are just as quiet. Your actual position is because people have told you, and you're thinking about it, and you're thinking it. How it actually happened, why we actually blame quiet cars for problems, is because some dumb schmuck stepped out into a street without looking, got whacked by a car, and when their lawyer was trying to figure out how do we sue and win when we fucked up and stepped into a street, oh, wait a minute, the car's quiet. We'll say I didn't hear it. You're not supposed to hear a car. You're supposed to look. Yes, all the prints survived. A couple of nose cones in the minivan got a little melty. But yeah, otherwise, I didn't bring that many prints with me. But otherwise, most of the prints I brought with me did survive. The problem I ran into was physical damage. So, things getting broken because they bounced around. I even had this all wrapped up and everything, and I still broke it. Which really sucks because that's 176 hours of printing right there. That I really don't want to do again. So, now my car actually does make a tiny noise When I take off, the car makes a very quiet. I'm exaggerating it. That's actually not from the car. That's from a little speaker under the hood that makes that noise on purpose so people in parking lots can hear it. Because let me tell you, I could sneak up on your motherfucking ass. I could sneak up on dogs and squirrels. Yeah. You ain't see the reaction until you pull up next to a dog and go, "Hi, buddy!" And that dog jumps about 4 foot sideways. Or you pull up next to a bush and you go, "Squirrel!" And you watch that squirrel leap 6 feet straight up. It's so good. Oh my God, it's wonderful. It makes me cry. Let me tell you, those squirrels can launch like little missiles, man. Just boom! Oh my God, it's good. I pulled up next to a guy. I was at World Maker Fair in New York in the parking lot, and I drove up next to it. And he was talking to the guy to his left, and I heard him say something about something. I don't remember what it was, but I spoke up and said something, and I swear that guy said, "Motherfucker!" and almost jumped into the arms of the guy next to him because he didn't hear me. Because he was paying attention to the guy next to him talking. Oh, it's so good. Lighting up this castle, I don't know how practical that would be. It's real tiny. And it's all filled with infill. But yeah, a light up version of this would be pretty damn cool. That would be really cool. If I ever print a big one, I'll probably put lights in it. Oh my God, I scared that guy so hard. Oh, that was wonderful. I'm an evil, evil person. And I like being evil. With the best intentions, of course. Well, that's just it. You shouldn't be standing with your back to the car. There's 2 failures there. Your failure to look what was behind you, and the driver's failure to look in their mirror. I don't know. Who makes that? Oh, what's the name of the company? G-Tech. I was thinking Big Tree Tech, but I knew that wasn't it. G-Tech. G-Tech makes good printers. The problem is quality control. G-Tech has a quality control issue. One person will get one and it's great. The other person will get one and they want to pull their hair out. So if you have the experience to be able to work through minor issues and problems like that, they're good machines. I have an A10M, an A10, I have an A20, and I have an A20M. Actually, I have 2 A10Ms. I think I still have one A10M still in the box. So the A20 is my preferred. The quality control on the A20 was significantly superior to the A10. So if you can get the A20T, that might be better. I don't know. But remember, this was 2 or 3 years ago. So they may have fixed a lot of their quality control issues in that time. So maybe you won't have any problem at all. I think the machines are worth messing with. Just to be prepared, you may have add the A20M, the 2 extruder one. So just be if you're able to fix minor issues like I do on a stream, I build a printer, have a little problem, we fix it and correct it. If you can handle that kind of stuff, you'll be fine. Grab one and try it. Messing with multiple colors is fun. Yes, I did. Ivan's lucky he doesn't live near me because I'd assassinate him to get that printer. It does have a propensity to clog. You'll want to work on tuning your profile. But once you get the profile tuned, it's pretty low probability. I had pretty good success. My, what did I print with it? I didn't print nothing big with it. I printed a whole bunch of little multicolor prints. But yes, it can clog. And that could be Spacers! I love him so much. He's so much fun. But if you have filament that tends to string, you're going to get more clogs. As you might realize, when you just pull filament, sometimes it leaves a string behind. That string can cause a problem. But as long as you make sure you extrude first and then retract, you reduce the propensity to create that string, and it works a lot better. But again, visually impaired and people standing with their backs to their cars are going to have the same problem with any high-end luxury car. I mean, you stand at the back of a Lincoln Town Car or a Rolls Royce, you're not going to hear that engine run. They are virtually silent. But I think the idea of a white noise generator as cars get quieter would be a good idea. Well, 500's not that bad. When you, I mean, it's first of all, it's a CR10. And a CR10 is a CR10 is $400. Okay? So you're looking at $380 plus tax. So you're looking at $400 for a CR10. So you're getting a CR10 with a dual head extruder. $500 is not out of the question. You're basically saying, I want more, but I want to pay the same price as the less. All right? And this is an actual CR10. You want a CR10S, it's going to cost you even more. I mean, here's a CR10 V2. It's $499. Here's a CR10S. It's $450. Remember, the A30M is a CR10S, not a CR10. Okay? So here's a CR10S for $450. So for $50 more, you're getting a dual color CR10S. To say, I want you to give me the dual color CR10S for less than the price of a CR10S, that's not quite fair. Is that even available on Amazon? There's the A10. I don't see the A30M on Amazon. But the A20M is $400, so $500 for the A30M is about right. Yes, my CR10Ss are workhorses. Matter of fact, we're going to be doing this. You guys can't see what I'm doing. We're going to be doing this for a CR10S too, because I have a CR10S new in the box. And I don't mean today's CR10S. I mean old school vintage NOS CR10S from 4 years ago. I use whatever's available and affordable to me. The advantage of these kind of printers, calling them classic or whatever, is that they're cheap and they're easy to maintain. Most people aren't going to see a tangible improvement between this and a Core XY. Most people just don't have that high a level of demand from their printers. Meaning, it's good enough. That's like saying, shouldn't we all have, Rolls Royces? Well, sure, it'd be nice if we all had Rolls Royces, but some of us still have Geo Metros because they're cheap and they do enough of the job. They do a good enough job. CR10S, though, is a good workhorse. It's a good freaking printer. That'll happen over time. That's just one area where we have to push Creality a little bit. You know, we got to try to push them to do a little better in that regard. That's just something we can work on over time. I actually think they went backwards a little bit on extruder on the hot end. Well, as far as the feeder, that's an easy fix, and I have a feeling they're not doing it simply because it's a pay upgrade. But all they need to do is switch over to the metal one. Just stop using the plastic one. Use the metal one. I mean, the plastic ones work fine, but eventually that arm's going to break. It's going to stress fracture and it's going to break. And all they got to do is put this on there. They already have it. They already make it. It's their own unit. I mean, that's the exact same thing that already comes on your printer, except it's made of aluminum. I would like to see them switch to that. And just stop using the plastic one altogether. But they're a profit-driven company, so. As far as I know, you can still buy Ender 2s, but not officially. So you're talking like eBay, I think. Let me see. And they're a bit overpriced. I don't even see one on eBay. What do I think of IDEX? I would really like to play with an IDEX printer. Yeah, here's one. If you're dumb enough to pay $325 for it. That's ridiculous. I would not pay $325 for an Ender 2 no matter how bad I wanted one. Core XY is not... It's not a printer that is novice or expert oriented. It's a printer that is DIY or non-DIY oriented. If I were to go up to, rest in peace, Mr. Imahara, who has never touched a 3D printer but has built battle bots, I could hand him a Core XY and he would have no problem with it. But if you take someone who doesn't even know how to change the oil in their car, yeah, you probably don't want to hand them a Core XY. Banggood has them. As long as they're $200 or less, it's a good deal. Ender 2 3D. I don't see it. You got a link? The problem is the search on Banggood doesn't work. It gives you what it wants to give you instead of what you actually searched for. So you usually have to use Google to find it. There it is. Yeah, $199. Same price as it was 3 or 4 years ago. That's a perfectly valid price for an Ender 2. It says in stock. Free shipping, that's nice. Via ocean shipping, so you're looking at a month and a half or so to get it. Nice. And if you're new to Banggood, you can get $20 off. I disagree. I think $199 is a perfectly good price. I would like to see it for $150. I don't think it's practical to go less than $150. I think the lowest they could practically go is $140. But I would like to see it updated. Modern board, 24 volts. I'd like to see it updated. No news yet on the CR30, Mr. Baskins. Is that something to do with that Tiger guy? What was it? There's a song going around TikTok, Carol Baskin or something like that. Killed him, ate him, something like that. Exactly, which is why the Ender 2 is better. It's 2/3 the cost. You ordered an Ender too? Did you click on my Banggood link before you did it? Because I only get credit if you click on my Banggood link. I didn't even know Banggood still sold these. I gotta put a link in the description. Okay. I did not even know you could still get these. Let's see. Where is the affiliate part? Banggood, that is not an OLED screen. You might think it's an OLED screen, but that is not an OLED screen. It's just an LCD panel. Nothing on the Ender 6 yet. Now, if you can get the King Rune for 140, that's a pretty good deal. But it's a smaller printer. You're not going to have as big a print volume. Where is affiliate program? Here we go. I go to here. I go to link customizer. And I put the Banggood URL. Ender 2. Create link. I want a short link. Now, if you use that link, I will get credit. Edit. There we go. Save. There. I would like to see it cheaper. I think 150 is doable. Maybe 140 if they don't do any upgrades. If they leave it all original, I think they can maybe do 140. I would like to see them try to hit 150 with modern components. I'm not sure if that's practical from a profit standpoint. I just don't know. I would like them to try. But I would like to see some changes. So, for example, hey, we got another PayPal. Whoa. Let me turn off this screen first. Colin, 50 bucks, Colin. Holy crap, dude. Thank you. Dude, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Man, screw you, Wawa. Free fountain reward, and the nearest Wawa is 1,800 miles away. I miss Wawa. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I don't think $199 is a bad deal. I would like to see it cheaper, especially since you can buy an Ender 3 for $200. I wouldn't say it's a horrible price. Walk away if you want one to play with. But I would like to see Creality release this for like $150, $160 with some upgraded components. So, for example, metal extruder. Although the plastic extruder that came with the Ender 2 is superior to the current plastic extruder they use. I've never had one of these fail. Never. They're stouter. They're smaller, but the plastic parts are thicker. The only problem this one has is the filament cuts into the entry hole because it's plastic. The solution to that is to drill out that hole to accept a little piece of PTFE tube. Problem solved. No more issues. Nice! Mine should be here soon, too. Oh, I'm dying for that belt machine. Oh, I hope that's successful. Well, software would be Cura. They have a belt version of Cura. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it wasn't for you guys, I couldn't do this. Remember, this is my job. All right? I don't have a 9-to-5 I go to. This is what I do. So when I get, bonuses like that, it's like, you guys rock. To the 74 people I have on my Patreon, an amazing group of people. I mean, just, I mean, I got some people who only give, you know, a couple of dollars, but that's a couple of dollars every single month without fail, and that's amazing. Yeah, that's their White Knight version of their printer, the belt drive, the black belt. So you could basically print something of infinite length in theory. So if you want to print, you know, a 5-foot long thing, you can. I don't know. I know you could get a Wham Bam for the Ender 2. I don't know if you still can. Let's find out. Our products, flexible build system. Let's see, 165 by 165. That might be it right there. That's 165. And that's 165. There you go. 36 bucks. So your bill plate is 165 by 165. And you can still buy Wham Bam for it. If you're going to buy one of these printers, I would suggest buying the Wham Bam as well now, so they both get here together. Take the sticker. Take the sticker the printer comes with and apply that sticker to the Wham Bam. You'll have no problem getting anything to stick, and you'll be able to pop parts right off. And you can run the bed cold if you want to. Although, this printer takes very little power. Yeah, Knack3D was the right person to send a preview model to. He was sending one to me would be pointless. If it wasn't a finished functioning printer, it'd be pointless. I don't know enough about belt systems to be able to give feedback, relevant feedback. Hopefully, once they release a consumer-ready one, I'll get one. I hope. Because I already told them I'll fly to China and I will eat them. I was like, I'll have Kung Pao Creality for dinner when I get there. Like, I'll get one of those belt printers, your dinner. But he's the correct person to send it to now because he's designed and built one, so he can give them good feedback. If you can get it from, well, if you want PEI, TH3D is a great place. I think there's a few other printers that use this size plate. But I think all of TH3Ds come with PEI already attached, and I'm not a fan of that. I would prefer to have this kind of bed surface. So that's just a personal, that's just a me thing. Oh yeah, the Chinese government knows to watch for me coming. It's like, oh shit, he's looking to eat somebody. Grab him. Oh wait, who's he gonna eat? Let's find that out first, because maybe we want him to eat them. I was in the post office the other day, talking to a few of the customers waiting in line, and I was like, "You guys are gonna vote right this November, right?" And the one lady's like, "Well, I'm sure as hell not voting for Trump," and I was like, "Hell no." And the other guy was like, "Well, I'm sure as hell not voting for Biden." And I was like, "Hell no." I was like, "You gotta vote Yum Yum." And they both look at me like, and I was like, "So we can enact the ETP protocol." And the guy was like, "What the hell does that mean?" And the lady smiled. I think the lady got it before I said it, because she smiled. She put a big smile on her face. And I was like, "Eat the politicians." And the guy just cracked up. That was great. I believe TH3D has also tested his to like 120, 130. So I think they're both good. The Wham Bam, I have myself tested to 133 Celsius. That was the hottest I can get one. No problems with the magnet. And degaussing from temperature is almost immediate. It's not like a cumulative thing. Once you hit that degauss temperature, that's it. You lose the magnetism. It's gone. No, 130 is the highest I could reach. They say it can handle 150 to 170, but I could not go higher than 130, and it was fine at 130. Now, if you want to push 150, 160, you might be getting close. But most of us don't have 150, 160 capable printers. But again, it's not a cumulative thing. It's not like it begins to degrade at 130 and gets worse as you go longer. No, it's an either or. So he's fine too. None of us has any printers that are going to get anywhere close to 140, so we're all fine. Yeah, I think we'll finish in time. I was real miffed when Creality stopped using the cat. It's like, what the hell? You gotta keep the cat. It's the Creality cat. I mean, it's not. It's a money cat or something like that, but we all know it as the Creality cat. It actually reached it. I'm impressed it reached it at all. Oh yes, it was definitely iconic. Especially when they decapitated the poor cats. That's why we called them decapicats. Get the Wham Bam and get this. Where's that? Right here. And put that on it. That's it. Wham Bam and that. You can find that in my Amazon link down below. It's just such a clean machine. I still got to do the box underneath so I can mount the power supply underneath the printer so it's all just one tower. I still have to do that. Huh, I never saw this CR8. This CR8 looks like the Michelangelo. Although the CR8 came out first. But that ain't worth $379. Hell no. Good evening, Kevin. Change what out? For the print, yeah. Well, the problem is not all their printers are Enders. It's almost done! Boy, I forgot how good these things print. Any of them will work. It doesn't have to be Creality specific. I was just showing you a picture. Let's see. Well, the Creality specific one is probably your best bet because it's $10. Let me add that right now. Let's see. Add. Come on. 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories. I just added it, and you get 5% off, so it's even cheaper. What's that, Nick? It's $9.49. Pretty hard to beat that. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to buy one. Nope, I gotta delete that because I want to add the coupon. Give me that coupon. Add to cart. There we go. Cart. You could probably use a dual gear. I don't think it needs it, but you can use it. What the hell was that? So there, I got the 5% coupon. If you want the red one, it's only $10.99. So it's $1 more if you want the red one. Well, $1.50 because you don't get the coupon. Oh, wait a minute. No, wait a minute. Hold up. Hold up. I found one for $8.99 and it's red. Yeah, I'm going to get the red one because I just like red. I'm going to add that to the page right now. Hang on. Damn, that is cheap. Yeah, Kitty's good. This is your printer, baby. All right, refresh my Amazon page under 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories. I found one for $8.99, and it's red. So you can pick the $9.50 for the silver one or $8.99 for the red one. And well, here's a Winsin one. It's the same $10, but it's gold. So you can have a gold one if you want to. And it is added. Oh, I didn't want to do that. The Ender you buy will probably be the updated Ender, which will do ABS. These older ones struggled to get hot enough to do ABS, but they updated it right before they stopped making it. So there you go. You can get it in. Oh, here's a black one, but that's a. Well, this is a whole kit. So you'll get some. Well, you can't use all these parts. These parts will work with this because you're changing the extruder out. Make sure whatever extruder you're getting has the small size compression fitting or comes with compression fittings. So here's a $21 kit. You can get it in black. You get some extra palm wheels in case you need them. You get a piece of Capricorn. You get a Capricorn cutter, and you get 2 extra compression fittings. That's actually a pretty good deal because you'll have some spare wheels. You'll have Capricorn. You'll have the cutter. You'll have 2 compression fittings, so you can replace this one, and of course one for your feeder unit, and it's a black aluminum feeder unit. That's actually a pretty good deal. So that gets you all this. You get the metal feeder, you get the Capricorn, the cutter, 2 compression fittings, 6 extra wheels. So, and it's legit Capricorn. This is coming from Amazon, and it's being shipped by Wolius, whoever Wolius is. Sold by Wolius. But that's not bad. If you want a nice set of upgrades for your Ender 2 or Ender 3, that's a nice kit right there. In fact, I would probably order that if they had it with red, because I'd prefer to have the red one. Now see, this here is probably not Capricorn. That's probably knockoff. So I have no idea if it has the higher temperature capabilities. But here's a red one for 19 bucks. Oh, here it is. This is what you need. This gives you the Capricorn. This gives you the extruder, the feeder unit. And it also gives you the replacement springs. Yes, absolutely. And it is added. That is the one I will be buying. Add. That right there is the one you want. So far. We might find something else. But that gives you the metal feeder. That gives you the legit Capricorn tube. It doesn't give you the cutter, though. And that gives you the replacement springs, which will make your bed more stable. Because that is one of the Achilles heels of the Ender 2. The bed would drift. Meaning the screws would loosen up over time. and the bed would come up, and you'd have to constantly retighten the wheels. Changing out the yellow springs fixes that. They work on my Ender too. I have one on here right now. That's the same kit. Comes with a couple extra nozzles. Replacement fittings. Too expensive. Oh, that's a nice kit too, actually, and it's cheaper. Although I don't know if that's legit Capricorn. It says it's Capricorn. It says it's Capricorn XS. Okay, so that'll give you the Capricorn, the springs, the feeder unit, some extra 0.4 millimeter nozzles, although I don't know why you would need that, but it's $1.30 cheaper, or $2.30 cheaper. So I will add that to the list as well. Well, the rest of these parts don't cost jack. Let's see. Oh, here's a red one, but that's not Capricorn. Oh, it says Capricorn. Capricorn Premium XS. Red feeder unit. That's the whole feeder, and that's the springs. What's that other one I was looking at? Oh, that's the same thing. Okay. And it's cheaper. So we will say that comes with Capricorn, springs, feeder, Capricorn, springs, feeder. So the other one's cheaper. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. Undo close. You know, I never tried to put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on an Ender 2. I might have to do that. Just for shiggles. Ooh. It's not the red one. But it is from Comgrau, which is a good company. They're legitimate. But that even gets you the aluminum wheels. But I don't think the aluminum wheels will work on this. It'll work here, which means it'll probably work there. But I do not know. I don't think there's enough space for the inside wheel. I don't think you can do the inside wheel. Plus, that adds mass, and you don't want to add mass. And that looks like that's the cheapest. So 19 bucks for the full kit, or 8 bucks for just the feeder. So let's go over that list, make sure I didn't add anything that's no good. So here's 19 bucks for Capricorn, cutter, feeder, nozzles, compression fittings, and springs. Here's 19 bucks for the same thing without the cutter and the nozzles, but it comes with the red one. This is $21, and it comes with feeder, cutter, compression, extra wheels, and Capricorn. Then you can have your choice for around 10 bucks of gold, red, or silver. Which means I don't need this one here anymore because that one's more money. There you go. There's your pick. I have a real life-size Naomi. Uh-huh. Yeah, she's life-size. Why is it hot in here? It's only 89 degrees outside. Turn the air down a little bit. Oh, I finally got a battery backup for the air conditioner, too. I literally got a UPS. I got a UPS, a battery backup, that can run my mini split. Just barely. So now I don't have to worry about the brownouts destroying my air conditioner. Almost done. It's just printing the tops of the ears. Not too late, it's already off. Sometimes I'll turn the heat bed off early to let it cool down. There we go. That just popped right off. Hot damn, that's good. Now I'll show you the limitations of the Ender 2, and that's why I have on Thingiverse I have a shroud to replace the shroud on here that allows you to add a cooling fan on the side. I just put a stock CR10 style cooling fan on here and it works great. But here, let me show you a close-up of this. Now, let's see who can notice the flaws. Do you see it yet? Actually, that's a pretty sloppy print. That's pretty sloppy right there. I wonder why I did that. I wonder if that's the filament. That's actually not impressive right there. You can see the underhangs are slightly sloppy. And that's because of the lack of parts cooling. The way this printer is working, this is also, it's a silk, and silk likes printing hotter. So this fan is your hot end fan, and what it is some of that excess air comes out down here, and that's what gives you your parts cooling. So it's not optimal parts cooling, which is why you're going to want to add a parts cooling fan to the side. There we go. Yeah, that actually looks pretty shitty. Oh, I wonder what's going on with that. I wonder if that's the filament. That actually does not look good. I'm very unimpressed with that. See all the inconsistent extrusion lines? That's bad. Then again, this was sliced by Creality, not by me. It didn't resist, but I will check that. Actually, that's easy to check. Where is it? We will check that right now while it's still warm enough to pop off. Where the hell is that wrench? I know it's here, I just used it. Well, it doesn't need to fix, it just needs to be installed correctly if that's the problem. Hi, kitty. How you doing? Let me switch views so people can see you.
Is that Ender?
No.
No.
There he is.
Next to you.
He's like crawling all over everything.
Hi, Dolphy.
That's cats for you.
Mommy's been looking for you, baby.
I actually got to get out of here in a minute to get my mail, but I want to pop this off real quick and see what's inside here. This has been sitting in a box for the last, what, 3 years? Yeah, 3 years this has been sitting in a box and sitting on a bus and traveled 2,000 miles across the country. But it felt good. Ooh, I made a big mistake.
What'd you do?
I made a big mistake. I might not be able to check it so easily now. I forgot to pull the filament first. I've ever actually only had to reseat the PTFE tube in a printer one time. Temperature. I'm pretty sure that's not the problem here. I'm pretty sure it's filament. Or just a horrible slice by Creality. Oh, let me get this out of the way so I can see. Yeah, I bet I did make a mess. I didn't pull the filament. For those who don't realize what I just did, I began to unscrew the compression fitting, which also pulls the PTFE tube out, but I didn't take the filament out first. So there's a chance that I just pulled out a molten blob of filament, which is going to hide whether or not it needs the it has a space issue there. Although it may have cooled down enough to not do that. We'll see. Oops. Newbie error. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ian. Hi, kitty. How you doing, kitty? This will be getting resliced by me. I mean, you hold it at arm's length and it looks good, but you look up close and it's horrible. At least in my opinion. You know, okay, a lot of people are going to look at this print and say this print's great. Well, when you get what I normally get out of an Ender 2, this is horrible. It should do a hell of a lot better than that. I agree. And there are other printers that equal this in print quality. The Tivo Michelangelo isn't equal to this. Believe it or not, the ANET E10 almost prints equally to this. I don't know how. I don't know how, but it does. That printer is a nightmare, though. It's got a lot of quality control issues. Yeah, no shit. It's I might have access to it soon. It's in this pile somewhere, and we're gonna be working on this pile this week. So I might find the Jazla somewhere in here. Better than this? Sure. This is a horrible print. Next time we go to a meet together, I'll bring some of my high quality Ender 2 prints. They'll blow your brains away. I mean, it's just like, it's perfect. There we go. That's a good pull. And I don't see no gap. Clean pull. Well, remember, the reason we get away with that is because of how short it is. I've done a cantilevered Ender 3, and it works, but the print quality is not perfect. Then again, that's me being very picky about it. I agree. Oh, I totally agree. No, the PTFE looks clean. No gap. It's clean. I have a little bit to one side because I yanked it early, but it otherwise looks clean. Let me see if it's hot enough for me to get that nozzle off, because now I do have to clean it out. Go this way, right? Maybe it cooled down too much. Yeah, because I yanked it out early. So that's what I saw in there. I saw the little string, not a blob, but the string from where I pulled it. But it was otherwise clean. So I know that wasn't the problem. I think it was just Creality's bad slice. And maybe the filament. Come on, nozzle. Yeah, I was down to 121, too cold. Now keep in mind, any high quality printer, if you slow down enough, will give you similar print quality. Because you'll be compensating for the increased mass by slowing down. Yeah, it wasn't the gap though. The end looks smooth. It looks like it's even. I don't see any gap issue. So I don't think it's that. It looks like a random start-stop point, like Creality likes to use, and just not a good slice. They're probably using a 1.0 multiplier instead of 0.94. And that's going to give you those fat extrusions. Look into his tuning of the printer kinematics, because this printer doesn't need tuning because everything is only attached on one end. So you can't really be off, without being obviously off. But all those other printers have two ends to every axis. And so if they're not aligned correctly, you're going to have binding, you're going to have inconsistent force and inconsistent resistance. So following his guide to tune the physical structure of your printer might actually go a long way toward improving your print quality. I agree. It's the Z extrusion is down to it only having one. I wonder, will this fit? I think this is 7mm, and I believe Creality uses 6mm. Yeah, it's 6. Do I have a wrench that'll fit on that? That's a 10 and an 8. So that will not work. Nope. I used the one wrench I needed as a shim, so I need to get a 6mm socket. What the hell am I hitting? Oh, there's that light. Tucker, come here. Here's that light I was telling you about. When I say this thing is stupidly bright, I mean this thing is stupidly bright. Like, take your eyeballs out bright. Oh, sitting too long. 13. Probably this one. That's a 9. What the hell? 9mm.
What? Are you talking to me?
No, I don't like it.
Yes, you do.
What? Don't even think about it, cat. I'll skin you alive.
Get down. Down. Good boy.
Nope, too big. Stirring up trouble is perfectly okay, dude. You have a good night. That was really in there tight. Yeah, we got a clean mating surface. So it definitely was not that. Boy, that is some stringy filament, man. Holy crap. I just did a nuclear pull on that with it out of the printer. Ha ha. Now, these older ones, this PTFE tube passes straight through. So you just pop it right out the bottom. See? You get all that junk out of there. You just ream it out a couple times. Make sure there's no junk hanging around in there. Then you put your nozzle back on. And there we go. Nozzle's tight. Compression fitting. Nozzle all the way in. Compression fitting. I don't know. I'll have to slice my own file and see what happens. Okay, push it down with a couple turns left on the compression fitting, and then finish tightening the compression fitting. What did I do with that freaking wrench? There it is. There we go. Now we're all tight. I'll stick with this filament. Maybe it wasn't the filament. And I will reslice the cat and reprint it. My longest print time was 180 hours. That is over 7 days. And that was actually to print this. That was printed with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle on an Ender 5 and took 7 days. Almost 8 days. Alrighty. Let's get there. Alrighty, guys. That is it for today. It's going to take 3 hours, obviously, to make another print. 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I will reslice that and play with that. Maybe next week we'll do the upgrades, so I'll have them in by then. And I will see you all then. Thank you so much to those who sent me direct support. I appreciate it. Thank you so much to my Patreons who continue to support me month after month. Well, the problem is it's 4:23 and I got to get to the post office before 5. We've been going for 6 hours, so I got to get. And thank you anybody using those affiliate links down below. Those affiliate links are how I make my income. I appreciate it. You guys have a great day. Yes.